How's everybody doing? Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Share it with all your friends, guys. Don't forget to hit the like button. Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. I am Ozthecryptogoat, and we should have our lovely co-host, Jessie, here in just a moment. Let's invite her up. Don't see Jessie. I see you there. Are you live? Because I'm trying to send you a request. Francesca, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. We're going to get started in just a second here. In the meantime, make sure you're smashing the like button. Don't just tap it. Yeah, come co-host. Blockchain Bullhorn, how you doing, buddy? Welcome. Man, I'll tell you what, Blockchain Bullhorn, Calvin, you have an incredible moderator. She's coming on the show, actually. Good to see you, Calvin. Let's see here. There we go. Hi, Jessie. Look at you. You look stunning as always. Welcome, welcome.
Well, I haven't had a great couple days, but I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, we've been having a lot of fun in the Discord.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you just fine. If you haven't joined the Discord, you guys got to get over there. We are having so much fun in the Discord. And today after the show, I'll be hanging out in the Discord for a little bit. So come hang out with me. We'll chat. Let's talk flat Earth. Let's talk about flat Earth. We're going to talk a little bit about flat Earth today, actually. I got some stuff pulled up. Jessie, I didn't have time to send you the articles today, so don't worry about it. I'll read them off. Hi.
I can't hear you.
You can't hear me? Do you just hear the music? Is that the problem?
Is it me or is he glitching out? Is it me?
I hear you just fine. We love TikTok Shop.
You're glitching really bad. Like, I don't know if it's just me or my service.
It could be your service. We got to get you on Starlink. If the Earth is flat,
Of course, I would never.
is there two sides or is everything on one side? That is an excellent question.
Are you taking my idea?
No. That's what Nick said in the chat. I'm just reading chat, all right? Chat says the Earth is flat and it has two sides.
For a live.
Well, hey, I don't think the Earth is flat. You know what I think? I think it's hollow. I think it's hollow and the lizard people dwell within. Jessie, go ahead and take it away. I got to work on something here for a second.
No problem. Okay, so I don't have them, but he has them. So there's this, obviously this is for entertainment purposes only, but there's the theory.
This is not for entertainment.
I know.
This is real life.
This is for entertainment purposes only. We do have to say that. But there is this picture of all the other planets being round, yet the Earth is flat. And there are so many theories of why that could be it. And we were talking about the Arctic ice wall and why we aren't allowed in there. Hi, gamer. And so, is it really round or is it flat? And is the ice wall the wall keeping it up, or is there something outside of the ice wall that we're not allowed to see or not allowed to know about. And I actually think that's a pretty cool theory. Yeah. And so I wanted to do it on my show, but I've had a lot going on. But it's a lot of fun to talk about, again, for entertainment purposes only, that people are very divided. But they're willing to accept all the other planets around, but not ours, which is so weird.
It's because we live in a fishbowl. The Earth is a snow globe. It's a snow globe, okay? And you shake it really hard, and the snow falls down, and all the people scream, "Earthquake!"
It says, "I'm treating the elves left Middle Earth in Lord Log the rings through an icy gateway."
What's up, Alexa? How you doing? Welcome. I'm telling you, the Earth is hollow and it's full of pudgy penguins. That's where all the pudgy penguins come from. Have you not seen them all over TikTok? They're everywhere now. Everybody's got one. If you don't have a pudgy penguin yet, you need to get on the pudgy train. The pudgy plane. Forget the train. Get on the pudgy plane. It's just a little bit wider. The pudgy plane is just a little bit wider.
I believe that. The Vatican, we were talking about this, how much the Vatican has, again, entertainment purposes only, because I know what happens and we love TikTok shop. But the Vatican holds so many things that we don't know about, whether it comes to the Bible and things being left out of it, all these things that were lost in time, they probably have. Oh yeah, miles of archives. And if anyone knows the truth, it's got to be the Vatican. And they're not willing to share anything that goes against their narrative.
The Vatican has the underground tunnels in there. And when the FBI raided the Vatican, they found a massive supply of gold and confiscated all of it. And so the Vatican is on top of the catacombs, right? And
yeah, they're the gatekeepers.
They say that the catacombs are whatever, so many miles long. Let me tell you something. The catacombs are much bigger than anything you've ever heard or has been discovered. They continue on further and further into the earth. And I just don't believe the narrative, like the age of when they were built or anything like that. I think that partially some of it is true. But how deep they go. Have you ever thought maybe Earth and life started in the center of the earth and we found our way out? Right? Instead of we're on the outside and now we're digging our way in. What's up? How you doing, guys? You changed your name to Oski. What's going on, Oski? I'll call you Oski instead of Oscar. How were the pyramids built? They were built the same way that snake charmers. So just like the Pied Piper when he plays the flute and all the mice follow him or whatever, same thing. They play the flute and all the rocks follow. And they grow little legs. Have you not seen what was it? The Pirates of the Caribbean, where the rocks move the ship? Read your Bible, people. This is how it happened.
Okay. First of all, there's different parts of history, but on this one there is a speculation that that we are ruled by people from the outside of the ice wall, which I completely believe. Please research this. There's only been a few people, for entertainment purposes only, a few people, very few, that have been on the other side of the ice wall. Some don't come back. I think there's a story of 2 coming back and others go missing. And 13 bloodlines. And that's the thing. I think there's something out there that we're just not allowed to see. And I think that's the rest of the earth. Why people believe this part is flat is because we can't see all of it and they don't like us and we're stuck on this side. In my opinion.
I have heard, and I want to talk about your take on this. And I know you were going to save this for your show. So do you want me to save it, or do you want to talk about it?
Go for it. We're already in it. Go for it.
Now I forget.
Of course.
You know what I'm talking about, though, right?
No. I said I had a lot of theories.
It was like the Earth is round, but the portion that we're living on is so small compared to what the actual Earth is that it seems flat.
Okay, so I need you to listen. I just said that.
I
I literally just said that.
Don't yell at me, okay? I'm a person. I have feelings, okay?
Nope,
I have
you're
feelings.
Good. You're good. I want all the information
Alan,
from this
how you
side,
doing?
too. That's what I'm saying, is that we're only seeing, that's why people think it's flat, because we're going like this. But I think like when they go around things, it seems that way. It's going from here to here, not here to here, because there's a whole other part that we're not allowed to know about because they probably don't like us, or whatever the case is.
Or this is the prison. We're all being punished for our transgressions. That's why you're being fed the moon cheese on XRP. You're being punished.
The encyclopedias were changed in 1958 for Antarctica, and that is around the same time every country had put a flag there and unanimously decided no one goes past the wall.
And why? What is the reason? Why can we not go there? I want a vacation with polar bears. I like penguins. Look, I have a penguin right here. I want to hang out with some penguins. Maybe a walrus or two, you know? Is walrus hunting a thing?
I think so.
Is it? That actually sounds really cool.
Know.
Like, I wouldn't actually hunt the walrus, but I would want to go on like a walrus expedition. There's something about walruses that remind me of my body type that I just need to be with my people.
That's right. Richard Byrd was the pilot for Operation High Jump, and that's something you should look into. It's a bigger rabbit hole.
Oh, yeah. I know about this.
You know what? When you said that about the walruses and stuff, you know why I think we're not allowed to talk to dolphins? Because they can go anywhere.
Well, I think
they can go anywhere.
I think they understand what we're saying. It's just like it's illegal to talk to ravens. You can teach a raven to like pickpocket people, and it'll like actually learn to speak, and they're like somewhat intelligent, like almost as intelligent as like a I want to say they said like a 7-year-old, and dolphins are even more intelligent than that. So like you can, and if you know anything about 7-year-olds, you can trick your 7-year-old into thinking things. You can manipulate them because they're young. Their minds are underdeveloped, and I think that's part of it. Or maybe they're more sentient than we know.
Can tell if you're a woman and you're pregnant. How wild is I think
can
that's
they
a
really?
lot of the reasons we're not allowed to talk to them.
Wow.
Oh.
Do you remember that show Flipper? Yes. They call him Flipper.
So Richard Byrd, he also crosses the North Pole and said it was just a big hole. The only man to cross both poles.
That's what I'm trying to tell you is the Earth is hollow, okay? And you can go inside it. I have been in the underground cities. I've seen this stuff. It is real. The underground catacombs, and there's a whole cities underground.
Well, that's the theory. Inside, it's hollow, but it's lush and full of all these things.
Yeah, some say that there's another sun.
It's called Agatha. The inside, it's like lush and beautiful, and there's all this, scenery, but we're not allowed in it.
And that's where like the dinosaurs and the Leviathan are supposedly at, and different things like Godzilla, the Titans, right?
They came from somewhere.
Right. I mean, you can't, I always say this, you can't write this shit, right? It's because like it had to come from somewhere. It had to come from somewhere, right? Like you just can't, people just don't come up with original thoughts. everything stems from something else, right?
Right.
So, like, what brought people to think these thoughts, right? Oh, we're live on YouTube. It's actually working. YouTube's actually working. Yeah, and we got our blue check mark on X. That's pretty awesome. If you don't follow me on X, make sure you do, because we're probably not going to be here on TikTok anymore. I'm just fed up. Maybe we stick around if things change, but come September, there's supposed to be a bunch of new changes with TikTok. And if it just becomes another headache, I'm gone. We're going to X. Because there's a whole society of moon cheesers there that we need to reach. Look at what we did with Josh. We were able to wipe the moon cheese off of Josh's feet and place him somewhere where he can be loved and respected and not dumped on every month.
Yes, we could. It said the conspiracy wasn't created till after JFK. So they faked the moon landing, then everyone caught on, and then they were like, "There's a hole in the earth."
Right? TikTok seller says, Oz, you got to see the video he sent me. What video? Is it on Discord? We will watch it right now. You don't even know, chat. Like, if you're not in the Discord, you are missing out.
Having fun.
It is so much fun. I have a million times more fun on Discord than any other platform. And I've been hanging out in there more. It was kind of just like not really going. Lately, it's been going. And if you're in the TA class, we have a special chat for the TA class where we're going over things and we're learning the charts, and I'm coaching. You guys are like posting pictures of the charts and things and showing me what you see and what I see. Check my DMs on Discord. Let me see here.
Yeah, Discord is a lot of fun. And I know who like doesn't like things and does it, and I rage bait, and then the whole conversation takes off because it's funny to me.
All right, hold on.
Don't forget to do some TA in between.
Oh, we're gonna TA the heck out of today, but today's gonna be a little bit more fun. The CEO that was supposed to come on today reached out to me and said, "Hey, got to cancel." Was on phone call. They're in Australia, okay, mind you. So they're gonna come on later. Later this week. We've already rescheduled. They are coming on, and but you know, we have to understand this is a CEO, right? Like, let's be understanding.
Shall become a trumpet, says the Lord.
Yeah, that's why I'm here today. I wasn't feeling great. I've had a rough week, but you know, I love this show, and I don't want to see it die because we love TikTok Shop.
To become a trumpet, it will be a praying president, not a religious one. But I will fool the people, says the Lord.
You can't hear it?
I will fool the people. Yes, I will. God says, the one that is chosen shall go in, and they shall say, he has hot blood. For the Spirit of God says, yes, he may have hot blood, but he will bring the walls of protection on this country in a greater way, and the economy of this country shall change rapidly, says the Lord of hosts. Listen to the word of the Lord. God says, I will put at your helm for 2 terms. A president that will pray, but he will not be a praying president when he starts. I will put him in office, and then I will baptize him with the Holy Spirit and my power, says the Lord of hosts. Now God says, a president that I will bring into the White House.
Now God says, God spoke to me. He screamed in my asshole and told me that this is what's going to happen, guys.
So I have disguised this man's
You know what the Bible says? Beware of false prophets.
Not only shall he be mine,
can you guys hear me better?
Pray as a man that has never
I hear you
prayed
just fine.
In the White House.
Okay.
Is anybody excited about this? That same man.
They're the individual, but they're a lot harder for Francesca. Like so much harder.
Platform, and God says they will
My
say,
chat
how
says
did
we
this
can
take
hear you.
place? Laws shall change. Young men
I
and
can't
young
hear the video you're playing at all.
Into the kingdom
I even have
and
the
with
audio
authority
for it
into
turned up.
politics. and with authority
might just
into
be
the
me.
industries that now have been controlled by
Chat, can you hear the
darkness.
video?
I haven't.
Because of this man,
Francesca,
they shall
I haven't
rule
tried
for
the
another
bottom
2
ones. I'm
terms, for
scared
2
I'm gonna
terms.
touch my
God
eye.
said, do not fear, for the Lord says there will be no unnecessary stuff, but
Jesse,
there will
when are
be
you gonna
things
do my
that men shall
eyelashes?
question. Fear not, for you shall
Ah,
sit in
when you
that
buy
seat,
'em,
and
you know how
suddenly
expensive they are?
my spirit
Sir?
shall come upon him and
I
baptize
do
him
not.
with a fire
Would be
and with
a first
anointing,
time.
says the Spirit of the Lord.
Hey, Jesus, thank you for the heart me flex, the hat and mustache.
More war.
Thank you, everyone, for the gifts. I appreciate that.
Fredro
You
for
guys
the
are
heart me,
amazing.
Big Baller for the heart me,
No
Oscar for the heart me, Mar Lopez for the heart me, Francesco for the heart me, Revolution for the heart me. Revolution sent me. Aw. Who's Revolution? Who's that?
Hey, hey.
Big Baller, thank you for the
I'm
let him
seeing
cook.
God doing it right now. Where
Thank you,
the
Fredro.
source of energy is very important to you.
I
People are
wish.
listening all over
I
the
wish
world.
everything was
And
that
I
simple.
had 2 clues, which I'm going to give you
Hold on,
one
let's
today.
listen to this.
Okay? I'm going to give you one clue now, which I haven't spoken of yet. You ready, Mr. Codebreaker?
Anybody
I'm
shilling
the code
XRP in the name of Jesus?
And then the
I
other one is
rebuke you.
the tree, the oak tree, which is a symbol which
That's a
people have been
stretch.
researching,
That's a
not
stretch.
yet revealed.
Jesus
But
told
people are
you to,
researching out
or
there because it's a
Yubi
puzzle.
says,
God won't give us everything 'cause it's not
Brad
the right time.
Garling Mouse
But something
is
starting with an
Judas
X.
in the Bible.
And it has a P in it.
oh,
Is a very profound something
Look at this.
that's going to be
And
worth
Brad is
investing in.
God.
And I can't
Oh
say
my
the whole
God.
thing because I don't know it.
that's
But
like
I had a
passing out the
dream,
money
and I
grabbed
saw
3
an
times
X,
at church. I know,
and I
right?
think there
Yeah.
may have been a number and,
And you
something
can
else,
move
and
them
then
just,
P.
yeah, I'm trying.
Now,
It's like, don't give to
I'm
my
afraid.
church.
I'm giving you what I
Buy
prophetically
XRP
hear.
so that I
Otherwise,
can get it
I could
personally.
be accused of
Be
representing
my
a
exit
company,
liquidity.
which of course they could take me to court on that, but I'm not going to. That's what I'm hearing, and most people know.
Is
yeah,
there
you
a
hear
church
things
of
like the Holy Spirit,
XRP?
and I just say
Because
it.
if there's not,
And
I
so
feel
it's
like
a
we're going to make a
prophetic
lot of
thing.
money on moon cheese
But it's
there.
also giving signs to
These
the
people just like putting money in
that
the plate.
It's the time,
Yes.
for the release of this new source of energy. Now,
Yeah, I was going to say you
What
can
is
stop
going
there.
on here? Chat.
So how interesting. Okay, a couple of things I thought of was obviously there's the platform X, but he saw
Wasn't
X
there a
with
Church of
something
the
in the middle
Fawns?
and a P.
Or
Now,
am
I
I
know there's
thinking
an
of Family Guy?
That was Family Guy.
Yeah.
There is a weed
What's up with
church though,
XRP? I forgot.
where they celebrate like
Well,
marijuana
it's a
is the
crypto-based
burning
thing, but
bush,
There's a lot of things
and they
happening
burn the
with
bush
XRP right now.
in the
And
church.
Chris, go ahead. What did they just announce?
I'm
the other
listening.
day?
Yeah, I'm
The
about
Swiss,
this life.
it
And
was-
it's this
was it
total
Swiss
like
Bank
long-haired
said they
hippie
were gonna
dude.
Start allowing people to purchase
Love it.
gold with
Yeah,
XRP.
and
You sold me, bro.
Yep.
yeah,
You
And,
sold me.
XRP
We're
just
good.
won. They just
and
settled
they
with
they
the
don't
SEC.
sell the
They've been
weed; they
tied up
collect donations.
in a court case for
And they have
years
these
with
like
the
events
SEC.
where they
And
close the
just
doors and they do
recently,
like a
all of this
lock-in,
stuff is starting to be
and they light
unleashed.
trash cans of weed on
You know,
fire.
I'm just kind of learning about it myself, so it's pretty exciting, and
Oh
I've
my
never heard
gosh.
that one before. And
No.
as soon as we said those
Okay,
two,
I
texted
can't
it.
anymore with this nonsense. Okay, Josh, if you're in the chat, Josh, really, Josh? Big Baller says, bro. Josh, really?
People are all over the place.
I'm just saying, like, I get it. I get the idea. Look at, Scientology, right? These people.
No. The Church of Beep Boop. You
The
can't say that
church-
word. We love TikTok
Right.
shop.
Oh, yes, we
You can't
love
say that word.
TikTok shop. The church of Beep Boop, right? The Beep Boopers, all right? I get it. It's a science fiction novel. They turned it into something more. Whatever. If there is a God, okay, they will be dealt with. But this is what I'm talking about, is people need hope. They need something to believe in. They need to belong to something. They need to feel like they're welcomed and brought into something, and so I understand. There are so many people that are longing for connection. And these people pray. They pray, like not pray. They prey on these people. Okay? And they milk them for everything they got.
and that's people want to be a part of something. They just, whether they're lonely or not, people, you know, even a family, you can feel unseen. Just people want to be a part of a community.
Yeah. I mean, we have our community here.
And that's true. Mm-hmm.
You know, I do have to admit, I did not realize the connections and friendships and community that would grow from all of this. And I have people that I would call friends or family all around the world now. And they tune in and day out. You know, TikTok seller and Big Baller. A lot of these people I've actually met in real life, spent time with, and it's become a real thing. It's kind of it's kind of like mind-boggling. Like, look at Mother of Dragons. She is all the way in Australia, yet she's here every single day in all of our lives, so supportive and helping. She is the positive troll, she says, and I just adore her. You know, I adore her so much. She is such a good, kind-hearted wine mom. I love it.
Yeah, I can't count the times I've gone to Francesca because I'm freaking out. So I get it. I've met some such amazing people on here, and please believe us when we say, like, you've become just part of this community, and it's a lovely one, to say the least.
TikTok seller says, when did you meet me? Did I miss that? No, I didn't meet you. I was talking about other people, but we've spoke on the phone. We talked. I spoke on the phone with you today, right? Like, that's kind of awesome. I do have to say, TikTok seller, you have the most intriguing voice. Your voice draws people in. No wonder you're good at selling. Like, it's your voice. You should be a car salesman, or you were born for your voice. You could do radio. Like, I don't understand why you don't do lives. I get it. You're doing school and everything, but yeah, you have an incredible voice. I wonder if you can sing. Can you sing? I like to pretend like I can.
Oh, can't wait to meet my pole dancing mother. I mean, me too. Is there a number we can call?
I'm working on getting their sample, TikTok seller. I already spoke on the phone, and it is in the works. All right? 'Tis in the works. Big Baller, if you're listening, I'm not saying the BG word until we have a contract.
That, and we love TikTok Shop.
We love TikTok Shop. Boom. That's where it's at right there, ladies and gentlemen. I don't like to shill, okay? But proof of stake is so much cheaper than proof of work. And it's not going anywhere. Proof of stake is going to stick around. And when you're earning that APY through staking in a bear market, and at the end of the bull run, you're still making money. How is that going anywhere? All right. So we were talking about flat Earth. Since we're already there,
just for entertainment purposes only.
Yeah. This is on Hollow Earth.
Just scratched the surface of the Earth. We drilled down like 8 miles, and we had to stop because it got too hot. Out of 4,000 miles, basically, to the core of the Earth, we went down 8. That's nothing.
Hollow Earth legends have existed since ancient times and have survived to this very day. Proponents of this theory see the world in layers, with an underworld realm containing an advanced civilization, supported by different atmospheres.
I have to make it like this,
densities,
otherwise they'll do the stupid
even a
thing
miniature
with
sun
the
at its center.
Because we love TikTok Shop.
However, modern science holds
with
that the Earth is an unbroken series of layers, crusts, and liquid magma surrounding a dense hot core made primarily of iron and nickel. But in the 17th century, Some of the scientific minds of the time had a different theory, that the planet is actually hollow. This idea has proved incredibly durable. Even today, a dedicated group of Hollow Earth believers is tirelessly working
That's
to
what I'm talking
validate
about, the
their
hole
theories
in the
through
top.
books, websites, meetings, and ambitious travel plans.
Do you think it's only on one side?
But is the Hollow
It
Earth
could be
theory
on
even
both
possible?
sides.
And who started this theory?
What are we
and
looking
why?
at? The theory that the
What is
Earth
the
is
kingdom of
hollow?
Agartha? Let's try and
It's
find
liquid
out.
in the center. See,
I
there's
have-
different theories.
Hello, I'm Mike Droberg,
I
Marine
have
Corps
been
veteran
very
and
deep in
filmmaker. We will try to answer these questions
Very
on today's episode of Forgotten History.
You don't have to say it like that. That sounds weird.
I've been balls deep.
It's just the North Pole. If it's flat, it's just the North Pole. That's true too. I know, right? Or that's where the lost city of Atlantis is, and we just never found it because it went underground. Was like, I hate everybody. We're done.
Have you heard?
And that's why the technology we have for like the pyramids and all this stuff came from them. And then they're like, oh my God, these people are dumb and just
Hollow
went
Earth
in the
legends
earth. I
have
don't know.
existed since ancient times.
There was
Shambhala,
Yeah, what?
Eden,
a story,
and
a
Asgard,
folklore
to name a
about
few.
these two children that
multiple
came out of
cultures
like
and
a cave,
religions, such as
and their skin
Christianity,
was green
Hindus,
because they'd never
Buddhists,
seen
and others
the
all
sun
convey a similar
before.
story of human origins,
right? And they were
place
from
of human
Hollow
torment,
Earth.
mythical races, or even gods living in
What
deep
is
caves
above is
away
also
from the world.
below.
Ooh, as
Francesca
above,
said-
so below.
In Christianity,
Yeah,
the center of
that's
the earth
yeah.
is the
She
last
said that she
place
believes that's
where
from the
one would
Bible,
want to
which
end up.
I think
It is the
everything
location of
there's
hell,
bits like I don't believe all of
place
it,
of
but there's
eternal
bits and
torment.
pieces of every
The
story
Bible used many
that
graphic
all
details
come
to
together
describe
in
hell.
some way.
Nick
You know,
Beamer,
the whole
Jude
story's not
6.
real.
Thank you
Hell is
for
a
the
prison
subscription.
of everlasting
AB Writer,
chains from which
thank
there
you
is
for
no
the
hope of
harpy.
release. Mark 9 verses 47
Don't
and
forget, if
48
you need
is a
fact-checking,
place of excruciating misery where
on
the worm
Hollow
does
Earth.
not die.
You need fact checking on Hollow Earth?
And in Luke
Okay,
16
that's all
verses
Jesse.
22 to 24,
So hop on over to
hell is
Jesse's
a
live,
place
give her
of
a follow,
agonizing
subscribe
thirst
to her,
that can never be quenched.
and she will do any
I'll
fact
fact
checking.
check
on
anything
First
that I
person to
can.
possibly scientifically
Hi, AB.
speculate
Yeah,
about a hollow Earth
usually
is none
people
other than
ask me
Edmund
about
Halley
crypto,
of the
and
Halley's
that is
Comet
a lot
fame.
easier
Proposed
information
in
to find.
1692, a way of
But
explaining anomalous compass
four
readings.
corners, yeah.
And
four
you don't
corners.
use AI,
Oh, that's true.
right?
That Earth is
You're
a series
digging.
of nested
No,
You're
spherical
digging.
shells spinning in different
I-
directions.
Excuse
all
me, I
surrounding the central
despise
core.
AI. I do
His
not like
view,
X. That
based
is
on
not a
his
form
readings
of news,
magnetic
so I
fields
have to
and
actually
his
dig deep
understanding
to
of the
find
gravitational influence of the sun and the
accurate
moon
things from
on the Earth.
actual
This model could explain
the
any
government
discrepancy
pages
in
and
magnetic field
from the
measurements.
actual pages of
He
whatever
also
it is you're having me
suggested
look into.
spaces between
If
each shell
dinosaurs
might
existed,
contain
why
luminous
didn't the
atmospheres
Mayans or
capable of
Egyptians
supporting
ever
life.
mention them? Because
But
they
his
were
idea was
extinct before
expanded
that.
upon for the next few centuries. Exchanging the view of
Aztecs have
multiple
pictures
spheres
of them.
theory for the notion
Let me tell
of
you,
the
the
entire interior
Vikings
of the Earth being one
Talk
large
about
cavern.
the
Generally,
dinosaurs.
this
The
new view
dragons are
of
the
Hollow
same
Earth
thing as
is accompanied
dinosaurs.
by the theory of a
Read your
small sun
Bible,
that
people.
hangs in the very center, creating
But
a
what if
lush,
you don't believe in
livable
that? And it
environment
says,
on
as
the
from
flip
the
side of
Bible,
Earth's
the
surface.
angels took items to the
These
four
visions of
corners
Hollow
of the earth.
was even further
If
developed
it's
among
round,
famous
how can you?
mathematicians and scientists,
Four corners.
such as Leonard
There
Euler
were
in the
dragons.
18th century.
Yeah, dinosaurs
Sir
is a
John
new
Leslie
age term, and I
in
think
the
it's the
19th
same
century.
thing. The Aztecs
In
drew them.
1818, John
Drew them
Cleves
in the
Symes
walls.
Jr.
Of course, all
published his
you know,
circular number
sacrificing
1,
children
declaring to the
for
world
water,
that
but
the
like
earth is hollow.
they did have them.
Symes,
They've been
veteran of the War of
indigenous have been here
1812,
for a very
soon
long
became
time.
maybe the most famous and successful proponent
You know,
of the Hollow
after
Earth
being
theory.
so deep in
His
the
initial
earth
vision of the
and
Earth's
seeing
interior
all of the
was like a
catacombs
simplified
and the
version
different
of Halley's
things that
multi-layered
we
model,
built
with
under
the
there,
exception that Symes' version
I
included
believe
huge
it's hollow.
holes to north and south
Okay.
poles, which
like
allowed
there's
access
just it just
to the hidden world
keeps
inside.
on going. We're
These
talking
holes
about
was a unique
miles and
addition to the
miles
Hollow Earth
deep
theory, would even come
going
to be known
into
as
the
Symes'
earth.
hole.
Like
Symes proposed to conduct an expedition.
I
to the
think
North
there's
Pole.
lost
He was sure
civilizations
they
or
could locate one of these
civilizations that don't want to be
gain
found.
access to
maybe
the
it's
inner
just
Earth.
it's- and-
caves,
You
right?
believe
Like just
that the
hollow
interior of
spots
the Earth
in the
supported
earth.
life,
Like doesn't
saying that the
necessarily
inside of
mean
the
that the
Earth
entire
is
earth is
stocked with
hollow.
fruits
There's
and
got to be
vegetables
like
and animals,
you know,
if not
caves
men.
and caverns and things
Symes
that,
believed
that we've
his
never
theory was
even
not
found
science
yet.
fiction, but science fact. In 1822,
So
Symes
that
was
is another
eventually
thing.
able to convince
China's
enough
been
people
around for
of the
5,000
possibility of
years.
this
Wrap your
hollow
head
Earth.
around that. 5,000 years.
And they got
Okay?
the dragons.
Actually got Congress to vote
And
on
they
the
have,
funding
yep,
for
and
the
it's just
expedition.
all countries around the
Grant was
world have
shot down
always
found,
depicted
signs
dragons
believe
in different
the inner
forms.
earth never
There's
died.
even some that are ancient from 10,000 years ago that show human and writing something crazy.
Even after his time's death,
Chinese
his
zodiac
idea
has
continued to
dragons and
thrive
all of the
amongst
other
the
animals are real,
students
but
and
that one.
admirers
And how could that
Sign's
be?
work, and even Sign's own
The Great
son
Wall of China,
became
that's just,
public material
Roman aqueducts,
explaining
Great
his
Wall of
theory.
China. Like, all of
Then,
these are
in
connected
1864,
somehow.
Okay,
Jules
okay.
Verne
The Great
published
Wall
A
of
Journey to the Center of
Tartaria.
the Earth, which
Okay,
proposed a
the
strange world
wall
inside of our own.
is
While it
facing
was
the
not the first
opposite
work of
direction.
fiction to propose such
So the
thing,
Wall of
we
China
argue that the first such work
is
of fiction regarding
where the
inner Earth was
Tartarians
Dante's
built
poem Inferno.
to keep the
However,
Chinese
Verne's work
out.
quickly became the benchmark for such fantasy tales, giving steam to a whole
Um,
subgenre of subterranean science
Oscar
fiction.
says in the
Many of
Bible,
these
Genesis
stories
mentions
use theories
dinosaurs.
of
Yes,
alien
it also
science
mentions
as
the
Yes.
Great
off point
Leviathan,
for tales of prehistoric jungles,
the Great
highly
Serpent.
advanced, lost races of humankind.
Okay,
But where did these
it
stories and
mentions
ideas
a
of inner
talking
Earth originate
snake.
from? Well, Agartha is a mystical kingdom of lore,
Look at
located
this.
in the center of the Earth.
Argartha.
Its entrances lie somewhere
This
deep
is
in
what
the
I'm talking
Himalaya.
about.
The subterranean
There's like a
kingdom
inner
links
sun.
all the continents on Earth through an incredible network of tunnels created by a race of powerful beings
very probable.
called the Old Ones. They
Because
far
we don't know
surpass humans
everything.
physically
We have
and
no
spiritually,
idea.
as well as
This is
The,
what I
the
think.
government's not going to tell you the truth.
Accounts
They never do.
describe this
I
mysterious
think the
race
lizard
as
people
almost
come
omniscient,
from Middle Earth.
aware of all happenings
Okay,
on the surface.
and Middle Earth is where the
All
real
world governments know of this
like
city already.
people in control
Gartha
and in
holds millions of
power
people
live, and it's
ruled
kind
by
of
its
like
king, known
Hunger
as the
Games,
Master.
right?
The kingdom
And
preserves
we're in
its
the outer
knowledge,
districts,
vast libraries,
living here on the
has advanced
surface,
transportation
and the
capabilities, such as
inside
flying vehicles.
is
Many proponents of Agartha
the
postulate
the
that
enchanted
UFO sightings
world.
are actually from inner Earth and not an off-world phenomenon.
Assalamu alaikum. Are you thinking about buying a franchise business? Don't.
Don't bite me.
The Great Wall of Mexico?
Civilization once thrived.
Is
on
that
the
a thing?
surface. However,
Is it?
The world became
No.
more violent,
I don't
and
know.
unstable.
I mean,
Kingdom went
listen.
underground.
I'm
When
telling you,
you think
only
of
Mexicans
pyramids-
could have built that
It will
thing.
rise again. when the world
Right, we
restores
didn't
balance
need the. I'm sorry, and it's
Because
just
of the
not
similarities
racial. I'm
between
just saying,
Agartha
when
and
people
Hollow
think of
Earth theory,
conspiracy,
they
they're
are
like,
often
oh,
closely
how did
linked.
they do that
Perhaps
in
Agartha's
Egypt?
closest
Nobody
relative
questions
is
the ones
Shambhala,
in Mexico.
with which
They're
he is
like,
often
yeah,
confused.
they built him. We know they
Shambhala
built him.
features prominently in Hindu texts.
We will all,
However,
we are rock,
two are not
but
the
we
same.
are
Agartha does not
interdimensional.
have such an
Yeah,
ancient
the word
background.
dinosaur wasn't
Names
created
started to creep onto the
till
scene when French
1858.
occultist
Let's
and
go down the
linguistic enthusiast André
interdimensional
Saint
train.
Ives
Have you
the
ever
Navigator took an
tasted the
interest in
color
learning
blue?
Sanskrit in the 19th century.
All
He
right,
came into contact with the mysterious
and we
Blue
can't
raspberry.
talk, we
by the name
can't
of
talk
Prince
about certain
Haji
things, right?
Sharif, whose backstory
But
is murky.
there
but
are
was a very
Entertainment
educated
purposes
man
only.
Yeah,
with
well, there
knowledge
are
of the
certain
unknown.
things out
His
there that
tutor
you can
supposedly
partake
came
in
from the great
that
Agarthan
allow
school.
you to leave
Learned
this
not only
body
Sanskrit,
and
but
enter
also
in these
an
other
unknown language
dimensions.
called Britannian,
And I have
apparently
been to these
spoken by the
places, man.
Agarthans.
And here's the
Saint
thing:
Ives
is
believed that an ancient world
I feel like we need to
was
go to,
transferred
to
Agartha within the Hollow Earth
to,
at around
Twitch.
3200 BC.
We need to go
No,
to
let's
Twitch.
just, it doesn't matter. We're doing what we're doing. We're going to get whatever. Might as well go with it. And that's why I say to keep saying for entertainment purposes only that this is not, you know, this is just speculation. And that's all you have to say.
Well, for entertainment purposes only, I was involved with some experimentation
early 1947.
with
Bird was indeed in Antarctica,
some
this time
three-letter
for Operation
agencies,
High Jump, also called Task Force 68,
and we were
which was a United States
testing.
Navy operation.
We were
designated
testing
to
this certain
establish
thing,
the Antarctic
and they were
research
at.
base in
Here
Little
was the
America.
thing: is like
One entry in
we
Bird's
were
diary
studying
states that
the
while flying over the frigid landscape, Bird's instruments went
the way
haywire,
that
and he saw a
this
green
certain
forest among the
substance.
snowy mountain ranges.
Everyone would
The
like,
aircraft
you know,
were then
certain
hijacked
things. It's like
by a
you're on your
Agarthan
own
supervision.
place or whatever,
They
and you're
proceeded to
wherever.
invite him to
But
land
this,
and
in
visit the
particular,
subterranean city.
everyone would
He
see the
described it
same
as a
things.
vast
Everyone would go to the
metropolis,
same
glittering with
place and
rainbow
engage
colors,
with the
too
same
beautiful and
entities.
wondrous to describe.
And they started
Formed of a
having.
crystal-like substance.
No, I
In
didn't
the
do
meeting,
this,
the Agarthans
but
expressed
I,
their concern to him
you know,
over the world
watched
wars,
this
as well as the current
and
development of nuclear
was a
weapons.
part of this study.
After
Okay,
their meeting, they sent Bird back to
and
the surface.
they were
He was sworn to
mainlining
secrecy by the US
this stuff
government
because
after
it dissipates
reporting what
very
he saw to
quickly.
the Pentagon.
Okay, and it'd be gone
In addition,
within 10
it was no
minutes. You're
secret
back to
that the
reality,
Nazis
right?
had a morbid
And they were
fascination with
mainlining
the
these
occult.
people for
According to
years
conspiracy
on it,
theories,
months,
after losing World War II, Hitler fled to
and
the South
testing
Pole
all different things.
hid
And
in the center of the earth.
people
Some even
lived in
believe
this world. And
the
mind
reason
you,
the
when you're
Chinese
on
invaded
this,
Tibet in the 1950s was to gain access to this mystical kingdom.
We
in
love
this
TikTok
realm,
Shop.
Hollow
there
Earth,
is
based on the
no
research of Rodney Clough, is that the
There
shell
is
of the
no
Earth is
time.
about 800 miles thick.
Time goes
from the
out the window.
outside to the inner surface.
Right.
For entertainment
Says the
purposes
author.
only.
World
Yes.
top secret.
For
Our
entertainment.
You got to
Earth
keep
is
saying
hollow.
that. There we go.
For
Believe that half the
entertainment
planet is
purposes,
taken
we
up
love
by
TikTok
surface
Shop.
weight, and then there's empty space.
Absolutely.
And then something else.
Look at that. See
Suspended
that
in the
picture
center
right
of the
there?
hollow
That's what I'm
is an
talking
interior
about.
sun that is divided by
An
day
inner sun, and
night
that's why the
sides.
center is so
It is to
hot.
believe that the Earth is in fact hollow and home
Right?
to all manner of a super race and megafauna. Why have we never contacted them or gone there? Well, according to Clough,
Oz does
we have.
not have the auto
The
clicker on
International
right now.
banking conspiracy is work to cover up the existence of hollow Earth.
This is all you
We're
guys.
just having a fun day today.
I mean, I
Yeah,
could turn
we're
it
ha-
on.
you know what?
Mid-2000s and into
But
the
I got a
early 2010s,
letter from
Clough was part
TikTok
of an
that says that
expedition
if
known
you
most
do that, you're
recently
going to get
as
hit with a
North Pole
banana in the
Inner Earth
face.
Expedition.
A 1-inch
Unfortunately,
Loch
after a
Ness
number of
monster
setbacks,
banana.
including the dropping of financial backers, members of the
Exactly.
team formed
F1
victim
in the chat.
calamities, ranging from
Entertainment,
cancer to fatal
entertainment
plane
purposes
crashes.
only.
The expedition was put on hiatus. As
Entertainment
of
personalities
2022,
only.
team of
There we
Hollow
go.
Earth
Entertainment and
advocates were again planning to mount an
educational.
expedition on
I've had a
nuclear-powered
really long
icebreaker.
week and not much
They believe
sleep,
there's a
so
hole
please
in the
forgive me.
seafloor
I
which will allow
tried
us
my
to see
best
into the
Thank you for
and
the goats.
under the near
I'm all
constant
over the
cloud
place.
cover,
Entertainment
ice,
and
the Arctic
educational
Sea,
purposes
7 days out
only.
from Murmansk,
Queen Bee,
Russia.
welcome.
But even if they don't
Haven't
find
seen
it,
you in a
the
while.
hollow Earth theory will likely continue on.
You know, I DM'd you,
humans
Queen
can
Bee,
actually
and
peer
you never
into the
reached
Earth's
back to
core.
me.
Who can
I
say
wanted to
that it's
help
not
coach
filled
you.
with a superior race, Nazis,
ETH is a good buy.
aliens,
ETH is going to
or a
10K.
very small sun? Let us know
Maybe
your
like
thoughts
8K.
on hollow Earth theory in the comments below.
But yeah, 5
Thank
to
you for watching
8K.
Forgotten History. Please like, share, and subscribe.
All right, so that was interesting, right? The Hollow Earth.
Yeah.
Okay, like for entertainment purposes only, right? I think that that's the more plausible, reasonable explanation of what's going on, that the Earth is hollow. And, you know, we actually have done tests on the moon where we set a nuke off in the moon and we were able to hear that the moon is hollow, right? So why it rang like a bell. So if the moon is hollow, why wouldn't why wouldn't we be hollow? Why is that so unlikely? You know what I mean? Because look at all the caves there are. I'm not saying it's completely hollowed out like that picture they're showing. I think that there's massive underground tunnel systems and there's massive caverns and openings and things that we have built and settled into. Maybe it's more than that. What do you think, Jesse?
I think we're never going to know, but I think every planet serves some sort of purpose in our galaxy, solar system, however you want to see it. Everything serves a purpose. I don't believe that they're empty or there's nothing on it. So but we can see from any telescope that those other ones are round. So it's hard
Or they're flat.
for us to believe that.
They're round on one side.
No, that's okay. So what? They're just a half circle? You don't think that's so? You think we're a half circle? Is that what it is?
Yeah, like a snow
And there's a
globe.
flat other line, like there's a flat other line of just, there has to be civilization or this doesn't work. We go back and forth, right? Towards the sun. So that would mean this part is completely away and wouldn't get the sun, but then that doesn't make sense if we turn it to get night and day.
Well,
Does that
you know,
make
the
sense?
flat earthers think that there's like a sun and a moon that kind of like rotate like this and they're like artificial. And that's what creates the day and the night.
Right. What was it? 1 second.
Here's the thing.
Is
I don't believe in the flat earth stuff until I start, you know, because we have the airport out here and I'm getting my pilot's license. And when you look into flight paths, you start to understand why the flight paths are the way they are. But I think you're right, Jesse. I think it's that the portion of the world that we know of and we're exposed to seems flat. The Earth is round, but we're only seeing
We're only getting a portion.
Right. So there's so much more out there here that we have been isolated from. That seems...
Which is why they keep the Arctic wall so safe. No country. All of them are set up there, and all of them have decided, for entertainment purposes only, all of them have decided that no one gets to go past it. Why?
They're afraid we're going to get their plastics in their water. They don't want the plastics in the water.
Don't play with me. But my thing is that...
That is a real thing.
That's why... No, but that's why you're not allowed to talk to dolphins, because they're the only ones who can get to the other side.
Ooh.
Because why should it be illegal? I should be able to talk to whatever fish I want to talk to, but even if you talk to them or try to come up to them, you can pet them. If someone catches you, jail.
I feel like I was born here. I should be able to go wherever I want.
Yeah, that's funny.
You know, like I was born on this planet. So I'm allowed to go anywhere on the planet that I want. And I feel like I should have the right to leave it if I want. If I want to leave this planet, I have the right. Like, who says that you have to stay where this imaginary line is? You know, just because they wrote something on a piece of paper, now all of a sudden there's an imaginary line here? I don't know.
You know how I feel about that. We all belong to Earth. You don't tell me which part of Earth I belong to.
Oh, I know.
That's not how this
I'm rage
works.
baiting you 100%.
Don't do that. That's not going to end well for anybody. Don't do that.
How do you talk to
Trump
dolphins?
said Europe.
No.
Trump said Europe has super secure borders. Yeah, we are on Earth. He said even poor countries. Don't you try to rage bait me too. We all belong to Earth. We're all humans. There is no such thing as this is your part and this is my part. We belong wherever we call home. Period. And I think the imaginary lions are just that, imaginary lions. Dolphins are smarter than us, yeah. And I think that's why we're not allowed to talk to them.
Oscar
They're
says,
not
how do
supposed
you
to
talk
learn our
to
language.
dolphins? How do you talk to dolphins? You don't, because you're not allowed to. And if you do, straight to jail.
I think what it is that they can learn to understand your language. So dolphins make almost childlike sounds to get your attention. They make adult sounds to get your attention. And I think if you talk to them, they start learning the language, and then they relay that information somewhere else that they clearly don't want it relayed to.
Chat.
That's the only thing that makes sense.
Chat, we need one more heart me.
But they're communicating with other mammals in the sea or ocean, just not those mammals just aren't as smart.
Yes.
But dolphins are as smart as people. Why do cops care so much to arrest you? That's what I'm saying. So I want you to go look at the crime, and it can be up to 5 years for talking to a dolphin for entertainment purposes only and educational purposes. How much time you could, and it's a federal crime, that you can get up to 5 years just for talking, petting, associating with the dolphin.
Yet they have dolphins in captivity that they're allowed to talk to.
And they're also not allowed out of captivity. That's why they're not allowed out of captivity. Have you ever heard, other than like whales being released back into the wild, do you ever hear about dolphins? No. They're just gone.
G-Rod
and
says,
replaced with something
where
else.
are you guys coming up about not talking to dolphins?
Look it up. It's a federal law.
It's a federal law.
To tell you, it's a federal law.
You can't
Federal
talk to
law.
dolphins. You can't skydive on a Sunday if you're
Oh my God.
a woman in, I think it's Maine. You can't leave a pie on a windowsill on a Tuesday in some states. You can't honk at a horse. I understand why you can't honk at a horse. If you spook a horse, it could kick the rider and it could kill them. And it's actually an attempted murder charge for honking at a horse.
You know, it's funny. In San Francisco, it's illegal to drop an ice cream cone on the sidewalk.
Kodak says, good luck trying to get in and out the South Sudan if you don't believe in imaginary lines. Let me tell you something.
Okay, everyone's rage baiting me.
The goat goes wherever he wants to. I don't believe in imaginary lines. Like, when they're like, oh, this is VIP, I'm like, cool, that's me, and I keep walking. I do whatever I want. Nobody ever can tell me not to do
Never
something.
squeeze a donkey's nuts in South Dakota. Oh my god. That's hilarious. Yeah, squeeze those
Well,
dots
that's
and
no
hold on.
fun.
Yeah.
How am I supposed to enjoy my weekend?
It was said in my chat to rage bait me. It's all California's fault. All California's fault. Listen here, for educational purposes only. Don't start with me. Don't start. We have the fourth biggest economy in the world. So don't start. Don't start with me. Guys, never protested. I'm like, okay.
Oh my gosh.
I know. Okay, I'll remember that. I'm gonna get you.
You want
in
to know
Discord.
something crazy about LA? LA is mostly oil rigs, and a lot of the buildings that you see are just facades, so that way you see a city and you don't see the oil rigs. This is real. Like, I've seen them myself. I've been there, and I've seen them. This is a real thing. And they're like in like downtown LA, like all over the place, like where all the major people are like walking around and doing stuff. And there's an oil rig right there, and you wouldn't even know it because it's disguised as like a building. Cardano, baby.
No.
No Cardano?
I don't know.
You don't hold Cardano?
I don't. No, but here's my
Really?
thing. Anything that gets pushed that hard, that's why I don't trust BTC, XRP, any of those. Anything that gets pushed that hard is probably not great. Or it's probably they're just hyping it up so they can make every dollar off you that they can. You know how I feel about that. If you remember, we were talking about the other day, all of us were talking about these medicine commercials for these new medications, right? And they're pushing them hard. And the reason they're doing that is because nobody's using them. And they're probably not good for you. So the medications that don't have a lot of promotion are probably somewhat better than the ones that have too much promotion that are probably bad for you. So that kind of way of thinking is what is how I believe it.
Mar Lopez says, what's the secrecy of the Grand Canyon? Okay, so I will explain that to you. So there are portions of the Grand Canyon where you cannot go and look around and whatever, because the things that you will find there will basically rewrite the history books. And it's proof that there was more advanced technology in the past than what we've been told. And we keep seeing that time and time again in all these things where it's like, it doesn't make any sense. How did they create this all these, thousands of years ago with, not having the technology? I think that we were more advanced and we are living in a post-apocalyptic world. And they want you to think that the world is up and coming and developing new technology. We are actually in a place of trying to recreate technology that once existed that we don't understand how to use anymore.
I don't know. I mean, there's certain, those rocks, the face rocks that are all in a circle. I can't think of the name right now.
Easter
They're
Island.
ridiculously heavy. There we go, Easter Island. If anybody can explain that to me, how?
I can't hear you, Jesse.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, say that again.
I said, if anyone can explain to me for the time that it happened, how they were able to do that with what they had, you can't tell me they didn't have, the technology, might even more than what we have now, because we can barely do that.
Exactly.
So it's very odd.
Yeah, Mad Max already happened, okay? And now this is the new civilization sense. And I think that it's a cycle that repeats itself. We are constantly being hit with, we grow into a society and we grow our technology, and then either there's like a natural disaster, cataclysmic event, or we end up destroying ourselves, and then we start all over, and it's a cycle that just continues over and over and over again.
The monoliths, what's that?
Oh,
the monoliths in the middle of the country. I'm not familiar.
There was actually these chrome monoliths that were just appearing like out in the middle of nowhere. Now, I believe it was some sort of art installation, but there are like monoliths that do exist. And I think the whole idea of that was to raise awareness of this.
During COVID?
Yeah, this was during COVID.
Yeah, we love TikTok Shop.
We love
entertainment
TikTok
purposes only.
But yeah, there were these monoliths. They were chrome, and they were just appearing in random places. And they were saying it was like theory. The Anunnaki. They were saying it was like all kinds of different, conspiracies behind it.
Like the alien thing?
Yeah, yeah. I think it was an art installation, to be honest with you. Like, people were cooped up in their homes. They had nothing better to do.
We wanted to do, I know.
Go out and do something without being seen because nobody's out of their house.
So one of the things in my chat is, hey, the conspiracy theory XRP is being pushed to people that don't pay attention to XRP. XRP is the fake out, NFA.
Jesse, can you look this up?
Yeah.
He says the Antikythera mechanism.
Okay, you're gonna have to spell that one for me.
Antikythera mechanism. Antikythera mechanism.
I'll take mine with the lime and Corona. Same, brother. Same. Make 2 and a shot of tequila. I like where this is going.
Yeah, you know what?
For entertainment purposes only.
Moodang. What is Moodang? Is that like a
mechanism?
Coin?
Okay, so the mechanism he's talking about is, let me open this one, is an ancient Greek mechanical device often considered the world's first analog computer designed to predict astronomical positions and eclipses decades in advance. It came out, around 150 to 100 BC.
There you
discovered in 1901.
Interesting.
Wow. Do they still have any of the pieces to show that?
Right. Well, they found batteries in like the Egyptian pyramids. They're made of clay and they have like an anode, and then they're filled with like lemon juice or something like that. And they produce electricity.
Interesting. But like the actual mechanism, like have they ever found that, or it's just a theory?
That sounds like some Tomb Raider Lara Croft shit.
A little
bit.
They
have the original, but they can't rebuild
it's not
it.
Out of the.
So they have the
That's
original.
Not out of the realm.
They can't remake it. We don't have the technology, and that's what I'm talking about.
So that's what I'm saying.
Post-apocalyptic world.
They had the technology, but we don't. That don't make no sense.
Are you eating? I'm gonna start calling you Caveman. Caveman is always eating during his life.
Listen, if you're gonna have me here for 4 hours, I need food because I'll die. They were natural batteries. I believe that too. Oh no, you're good, AB. They can remake it, just don't want the public to know. And I think that also has something to do with it. They don't want people to know they were smart as they are.
That
because
might be part
then
of it.
It'll poke holes in their stories of history and civilization and BC, AD. They don't want any of that interfered with because people don't even want to accept that there was life on the planet, 1 million years ago.
Okay, let the record show. I told Jessie she didn't have to work today. Jessie, you did not have to work today. She chose to come on. 'Twas her choice.
I haven't been myself. I've had some issues, but, I thought this would help, Oz and myself. And, when you make commitments, you keep them. So
I appreciate that, but
should have probably not been here.
No.
And, well, to us and the staff, you're a lot, and we appreciate you. So I think this is the very least I could do.
Thank you for being here. What's up, Nico? Everybody tap the screen. Everybody hashtag FYP. Hashtag conspiracies of TikTok. Hashtags all around.
Entertainment purposes only.
Yeah. Hashtag entertainment purposes only. Everybody tapping away. Thank you guys for the support. Gifts are great, but the taps and the FYPs and everything, that's the way to go. Nico, thank you for the popular vote and the heart me. Daniel, thank you for the heart me. Rabid, thank you for the heart me. Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, we figured we'd do some TA today and just, I've seen the news. I saw the first show, nothing really happening, just all for show, all of it. And we need a break from it. It's too much. And there's nothing really coming about it. There's no news. It's just fluff. So, you know what? We're going to be silly today and talk about stuff that, for entertainment purposes only, that, you know, I'm interested in, and I'm sure other people are. Everyone has a conspiracy that they believe in. Not one person doesn't. That would be insane. You can't believe that everyone's batting 1,000. But there's also TA, so if you need that, you know, hop in Oz's live to get it.
All right, so TA on DGen. This looks... It looks like it might be gearing up for an upward move. It's kind of winding up, you know, and so I would say this thing wants to push up. We're getting higher highs, higher lows. Today is a down day. I have the green light on, okay? And see, people forget this, okay? That these big moves take time to play out. So most of these predictions I'm throwing out, they're going to play out in the next week, couple weeks, maybe a month. Is this goat coin? No, this is not goat coin. This is the degenerate coin. Degen coin. Let me tell you something about Degen coin, okay? Like, the hype is past on it. But it still looks like it wants to move upward. But I don't think it does anything too crazy. Resistance is at 005. And it looks like the next move is going to be even less, 004. And then it'll decide whether it's going to break upward or downward. So you need to watch out to see if it breaks past 003 on the way down or 005 on the way up. If it breaks out from there, then it's going to make a strong move in either direction. This is Degen. What do you mean base? Like on coin base? This is the right chart, right? But yeah, I would wait on this one because this is a meme coin, isn't it? Like, so it being a meme coin, it looks pretty dang dead to me. It looks dead.
Unalive?
It looks
F1
unalive.
in the chat.
Unalived coin.
Not financial advice.
It's working for me. Degen is? I like meme coins that I know aren't going anywhere. Pudgy Penguins, it ain't going in. Fart coin, it ain't going in. You know, Rismus is going to be over by Christmas. All right? That's what I'm talking about.
I'm sorry, what?
Rismus. There's a Rismus
Oh, you
coin.
gotta be joking.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah, dude.
Oh
I'm
my
actually...
God.
Look at the diamond bottom on Fartcoin. It is textbook, in the words of TikTok seller. This is so textbook, it doesn't get any more. And I called this one out days and days ago. Remember, chat? I told you this was going to be a diamond bottom. And it's huge. So this is going up to 30, 31 cents. I think it goes right here. $1.30. $1.30, baby, is where this one's headed. And I just keep buying
Hey,
the
he
dips
saw
on this
it
one.
before you called it out, so he wins.
Who did?
He wins. You know who did.
Who did?
I saw it before he called it out, so I win. Who else would say that, bruh?
Oh my God. Probably either TikTok seller or Big Baller.
TikTok seller.
Yeah.
He was right, though. I remember the conversation. I saw it, bruh.
Hey, TikTok seller is goat trained, okay? My boy is goat trained. He sees the charts the way I do now. And I've been teaching him that in the TA classes. My guy picks up stuff quick, all right? And if you're not in the TA class, okay, y'all need to get with it, man, because we are printing money. Printing it. It pays for itself. Invest in yourself. Big Baller says XCN. Big Baller, you're cut off. No more for you. Just kidding.
I'm slowly improving, but very solid. I agree. You're doing awesome, TikTok seller. Like, we're so proud of you.
I am so proud of him. Big Baller's doing good too. Like, he's not even taking the class. He's just picking up on what I'm putting down and doing it in his own way, and he's doing well. All right, so XCN. I mean, it's definitely made a move. It's coming back for the retest. The question is will it break through on the retest? And I would say this is a nice double bottom. It could be forming right here. That would send it up to minimum 0.2275. But let me go into a lower time frame first and get confirmation that that is the direction it's headed up here. So, I don't know. I think it wants to come back down first, but it's a small move, okay? But we came up, we wicked hard, we drove back down. We're coming up for the retest. I think it's getting rejected. We're seeing a heavy wick on the top here. So it should come down to fill this fair value gap at 0.135 to 0.125. That sounds about right. Oh no, we lost Jesse. Jesse, come back.
No, you didn't.
You could blame
I'm right
it
here.
all on me.
Okay, a little less when you do that, but
There
yeah.
was something
I'm right here.
in everything about you.
That was unnecessary. I was sharing the live.
Oh, okay. I shall forgive you. I think this one's getting rejected. Big Baller, I would say keep an eye on it. Wait for it to break out from where it hit that wick and see if it breaks past it. If not, then it should reject and fill those lower spots before it does make a nice upward movement. Diane V says, nice voice. I got the pipes. Chat has spoken.
Please don't lie. Like, then we have to listen to him sing, and we know we want our day to start off great. We don't want him, busting out Mariah Carey in the office.
Okay, so this one's fulfilled. This double bottom. This is fulfilled. So now what we need to do is look at the structure. It kind of looks like a bull flag. Not really. I'm not buying it. Let me go into the 1 hour here and see. So it's in a consolidation. Okay. It is about to make a move upward here, it looks like. But this heavy back and forth swing, it means it's in indecision. So ARB, we don't know what it's going to do. We need to wait for verification of a breakout, wait for a pattern. But I do see a pattern. I do see a cup and handle. So that should take it up to, I would say probably, let me zoom out here. So it wants to go to the next point, and that would be like 063 to 065. That's where this one should be headed. So this one looks bullish. Everything looks bullish. And everyone's like, oh, you were wrong because it came down a little bit yesterday. Hear me out, chat. We are chasing red candles. Okay? So if I have the green light on, it's usually right before a red day where it's going to dip and you're going to have a buy opportunity. Like, it's not rocket science. Right? Let's see. Oh, brother, another chart analyst. I would say probably the best chart analyst. The chat has spoken. Okay? I am on point. So, if you are like, oh, brother, another chart analyst, I get it. You have been hurt. Who hurt you? Okay? Who hurt you? I understand you have been hurt. But everybody here in my chat, we printing money. Every single day. What coin is this? This is ARB. I just want to know who hurt you. Let me at them. All right? But I'll tell you what, you send me a follow and you keep watching here and you'll be like, oh, not another analyst, the analyst. Okay?
Okay,
oh, yeah.
Take it down a notch.
ETH looks
take
bullish.
It down a notch.
ETH looks bullish as hell. Oh, yeah. That's what I want to see. ETH looks bullish. ETH's about to make a big move here. Looks like we found support here, which is beautiful. There is a fair value gap here. All the way down to 39, 37, maybe 4,000. Okay. But it hasn't been filling those fair value gaps. It's been making new highs. So I would say that this one is primed for a new all-time high. We hodl and never sell here.
That's not.
No, that's not it. That ain't it. All right. We are profit-taking degenerates here. Okay. We are scalping, swing trading, pulling liquidity from the market, money grabbing goats. All right. We are killing it over here. Well, everybody's hodling, hoping for their little percentage or their moon, whatever. We've already been to the moon and back a couple trips. You know, that's the difference.
Literally or crypto-wise?
Both.
Both.
What?
No.
Yeah, I got a rocket ship in the back here.
Nuh-uh. We never, ever
We've never
went
been
to
to the moon. I'm trying to take the next ride. Hey, then send me a follow. Or become a subscriber. Join the TA class, guys. Somebody in the TA class, chime in the chat. Let people know that there is no one else in crypto that is doing it like we're doing it. And so accurate, baby. Like, it's kind of phenomenal how accurate we are. Everyone says we're like 95, 97% accurate.
I know.
I'm a little more conservative. I say like 90.
Yeah, you just promoted 3 things back to back to back.
Yeah, we're money printing goats over here.
Money print.
Yeah, get on the Discord, guys. We are having so much fun there. Jesse?
It's mostly just us roasting Josh.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah.
It's all fun. It's all fun. Like,
yeah, we love
it's a
Josh.
fun time.
I absolutely love Josh, and it's great how we were able to actually, you know, like, somewhat educate him and help him, because he was hodling, you know. He was hodling. He's got some big bags, you know. He's been hodling, and I was finally able to get through to him and explain to him how trading and taking the TA class is going to make him so much more money. And now he's like, dude, I should have been doing this all along. I'd be up over 500% right now. I'm like, yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you. You don't need a moonshot. You just need the volatility, and that's what we got. We got a trader's dream laying in front of us right now.
Yeah, but
He
there's
needs
some of
the
us
first
that just
class.
aren't
What bro's
comfortable.
doing? He's being cheap, but don't worry. He'll figure it out.
Sounds familiar, doesn't it?
I'm cheap too. I get it. And that's why he's got big bags, because he's cheap. I get it. But definitely, you want to get in those first classes, because those are the ones where I explain the strategy on seeing the patterns before they form and taking a more aggressive trade, and you're just gonna do phenomenal, man. Like, oh my god. Scotty Dog, what's going on? I am doing well. Yeah, Revolution's here. Say hi, Revolution. Scotty Dog says hi.
Hi, Revolution.
There you go. Perfect.
Hi, Scotty. No, I want to see, and you have the Moon Man. This has been a heated conversation in my household about landing on the moon, which I don't think ever happened because we never did it again. And with the technology and real-time lives that came from the moon that day, we can't even do that now. There's a pause.
Who put the camera on the moon that filmed the first guy walking on the moon? Who was holding that camera?
And they filmed both of them. Who? I don't think they thought anybody was going to look into it as hard as people did now. And we're looking at it into like, wait a second, that doesn't make any sense. I know, Hollywood guy. That's all it was. But my oldest, though, wait. My oldest, though, like, I don't believe it happened. And then my oldest is like, what if it did? And then people told you your whole life what you did was fake. And that, I was like, okay, that's a good point. That would hurt my feelings. But I'm like, show me your data. Stanley Kubrick. Okay, gotta look that up.
I will tell you.
Sorry, go ahead.
We were losing the space race. Bad. And losing the space race would have meant losing the Cold War. Okay? So we had to create a way to win. So we cheated.
That's right. Stanley Kubrick is the one who filmed the moon landing.
Right.
And they couldn't tell him ever again. Yeah.
It was filmed at like...
And they never told him what to do.
It was filmed at Universal Studios.
Wow. I think
why do
it's
you
a
think
hard
it's
one
called
to-
Universal Studios? And why do you think their logo is the Earth?
That's stretching it, but I get how people could make that jump.
I mean, come on. I used to work on the back lot, okay? At Universal Studios. I used to wave at the people driving by on the tram ride. You know, hey, you know. I'm the guy over there at the craft service table macking down on a cheeseburger. All right? And I'll tell you this. That studio, you can create anything. Even in the 50s.
Who took over MGM and rebranded?
Didn't Disney?
No. Oh,
Mother
she
Dragons.
said Stanley.
Hello. We were just talking
Mother.
about you.
She said that Stanley Kubrick, excuse me, his contract made it so the studio couldn't ever edit his film. He had completely artistic, when they have artistic control of over everything. And it's because and everyone deduced it down that he filmed the moon landing, and for him to stay quiet, they couldn't tell him what to do.
Let's look at Toshi. Sorry.
Meme?
Yeah. G-Rod, my apologies. My apologies. Toshi looks bullish. We have an inverted head and shoulders kind of thing right here, but we're creating higher highs, higher lows. So, and it's just keeps repeating itself. Toshi's about to go. And it's going to... That's a good question. Where is it going to? Right? Okay. Toshi is going to 0.001. Amazon took over MGM. By the way, I'm pretty bullish on everything right now. Okay? And we had a little bit of a pullback. Okay, listen to me. 5%, 10% is nothing. Is not a movement in the market. Okay? We're looking for 20, 25% or more movements here, right? That's what we want. We need to cover our gas fees. TikTok seller says 139. Hey, they are not in the class. They don't know what you're talking about. Pengu, that one I'm going to do for free. You don't even have to be a subscriber for me to do Pengu. I got my little pudgy penguin right here. Pengu. What are you doing? You smoking them tweets?
I had to sneeze. Next time I'll sneeze directly into the mic.
Check out my
It's
Pengu
gross.
chart. I don't have a penguin emoji, so I put a goat. Because this chart is goated. Okay, I think that this thing's going to take off at least to 0.035. Okay, but it could potentially go more. And if it doesn't, and it gets rejected there and it comes back, then it's forming a head and shoulders. And it's coming down to fill this fair value gap. Either probably more like right here, 0.247. But I don't think it will. Like the sentiment and the everything behind it, I just don't feel like Pudgy Penguin is going to be coming down to fill these fair value gaps soon. But the lowest it's ever going to go for a long time is going to be 0.01. You still bullish on STX? I'm bullish on STX and SXT. But let's look at the chart. I'm bullish in them as far as like the project of what they do, right? So STX gives Bitcoin utility. That's bullish as hell. But what does the chart say? Let's find out. Dang, STX. Don't break my heart, STX.
I bought at the bottom.
I'm still bullish on it because it has this double bottom that never filled yet. So it should get a shot up here to at least $1.20.
Yeah, I think it's going to shoot up. That one is the only one of my the ones that I hold that has never gone into the red. It always stays green. No matter what whatever the market is doing, that one stays green because I bought low.
ENA. Oh yeah, ENA is about to take off, guys. Okay, look, I got the rocket ship here. ENA is about to pump hard. Let's see. Let's measure. Yeah, ENA is going to $1, baby. ENA to $1. It might fall a little short, like 0.99. Okay, but yeah, that ENA is going to $1. Come on, get out of here. Look
if
at that.
Ethereum goes up, that one's going to go up too.
Yeah. Athena, baby, let's go. I'm so bullish on this one. If you see me pull up the chart and you see an emoji on it, okay, as long as it's not a crying face, this thing is bullish. And this is why I put the emojis, so that I can have proof when you guys call me that I twas right. Twas right. Yeah, this is hella bullish. Tyrone, thank you for the follow. Don't forget to follow. Mother Dragons, thank you for all the gifts. Scotty Dog, thank you for the gifts. Jesus, Oscar, Daniel, Nico, Alexa, Big Baller, Fredrum. Thank you guys. Nick, thank you for the subscription. Nick Beamer subscribed. Don't forget to subscribe, guys. Subscribe to my community. Get one-on-one coaching and TA from me on demand during the weekdays, Monday through Friday, or you can hit me up on the weekend and I'll do it for a donation. Oh my God, I forgot to answer you. I forgot to follow you. You answered my question. No problem. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. And by the way, if you're following me and you want the TA, you can become a deluxe subscriber and you can message me and I will TA any project for you on demand. Just let me know. And I'll shoot you a TA on anything. Anything you like. Because I can't be live all the time, right? So totally worth it. Pays for itself. And if you want to learn to TA, I teach a TA class. SEI. Jesse, what do you think of SEI?
I already made money off of it, so... And then it, you know, it went up and it came back down. So I bought at the bottom, I sold at the top.
I would say it's an ascending, broadening wedge here, which is bearish. But that doesn't mean that it won't pump out of it. But this is a bearish pattern, and so is this. If it dies right now and unalives itself, then it's an inverted, or excuse me, it's a head and shoulders, and it's coming down to 0.21, 0.22.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like a layer 1 and, you know, fast or whatever, but it's built on the Cosmos SDK, and I won't touch anything from that just because it doesn't seem to work out well. So I stay away from those kind of projects. So when I saw it top out, I was like, I need to get out now because it was going to tank, and did. I mean, it came up a little bit, but it wasn't worth the wait. I was too worried that people were going to pull out of it.
Oh boy, chat. I got one in here. You're not going to like this, but Dogecoin prediction, dog coins are dead. That's my prediction. But that doesn't mean that it won't move still, because y'all are still in the dog land. So let me pull up Dogecoin for you.
People still own Doge?
I got to do EOS because they're subscribers. If you're a subscriber, you get priority. So sorry if you're Eric and Dagmanosaur. I think that's how you pronounce it. And Trixie Pinks. Trixie's Pink. Oh, that sounds provocative. Yeah, I have to give priority to subscribers. So I do apologize. Danny. I feel bullish on this one. I'm bullish on it. However, it looks like It's a short-term bullish up to 0.057. And what it's doing is it's making a bear flag here. So as you can see, we have here and here. So we've got a bear flag. So that could send it down to a new all-time low, because it's massive. So I would say probably 3.5 cents. It could hit 40 cents and bounce up from there. But it does look bearish. However, everything seems bullish to me, and everything kind of moves together. So it could break itself out of it. But it needs a strong break of structure before I lean any other direction on this thing. So we need to see this thing pump past 64 cents. And then that would be confirmation of it moving and breaking structure. Cat coin. Is that CAT or KAT? Because I know there's two cat coins. And then there's also like Fat Cat. It's got a great all-time high. I don't think that it will see an all-time high, though. You have to understand, Danny, that the liquidity is more spread out than it's ever been. So, in my opinion, the alt season is going to be a bit lackluster. And a lot of people are going to end up holding their bags and round tripping them because they're not going to perform as expected, because there's just more projects than there's ever been, and they're showing that there's not new people coming into crypto. There's not new money coming in. So like, yeah, we'll have money outflow from Bitcoin, but I would even say that a lot of the money that would normally outflow out of Bitcoin probably won't flow out of as much this time either, because people are holding it so tightly. So I do think that we get an alt season because that's what people will create. You know, this should all be random, but because we all agree on certain things, it becomes reality. So we get an alt season, but I believe that it will be lackluster. I hope I'm wrong. I hope it's face melting prices, and that's why I like to DCA out just in case. But I will have a strong and aggressive exit strategy very early on in crypto, and I'll trade it on the way down, because if it goes parabolic, then I'm still in it. But I like to trade it, not hodl.
Do you remember what we were talking about in Discord?
What?
That people who XRP, BTC, these coins are going to be old technology. Nobody wants to hear that. Everyone wants, that's fine.
Right.
Everyone is allowed to their opinion. But one of the points I was making is Apple, people are like, oh, Ripple. Okay, Ripple makes other things besides XRP. Now, will Ripple Labs be around? Of course, creating new things. But like Apple makes iPhone, makes the earbuds, makes Beats, makes Mac computers. But every year you get something new that's pretty and shiny, so you get rid of the old thing to get rid of the new, more exciting, faster running, better quality thing. So people need to get out of the idea that there's a one and all, and that that as new projects come out, new coins come out, it's gonna be better than the old ones. And the sneaky way that they're hiding the Bitcoin, Satoshi Nakamoto, whoever you want to call it, you know, obviously not financial advice, and Ripple hiding XRP and unknown wallets, all sounds like a rug pull.
Yeah.
Okay, I know people don't want to hear that, but that's what it sounds like, you know. And I'm not saying that for all across the board, but when we have newer coins, newer technology, you're going to go with the new one, not the old one that's slower. You're going to get a new car, not keep the old one that can't throw air conditioning. You're always going to upgrade. And people need to understand that. And people really need to oh, they're going to have XRP till 2030. It might not even be there. It might have been already dead by then. Am I saying that it's not possible? No, anything is possible. The world is chaos.
It'll serve some
but not
purpose,
what people think.
But not replacing the banking system. Not replacing Swift. Because, we literally have Cubic right now, which is faster and no fees.
Yes.
So...
And that outranks Ripple. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. The more we progress, the better the technology, the better the coins, and everything else is gonna... No one wants the Geo Metro anymore. Everyone wants the Camaro. And that's just not me making that up. That's just the reality of what life is and how human psychology and how humans are oh, I need the new shiny thing. So just please keep that in mind as you invest and what you are investing into.
Yeah. Let's just throw security out the window, right? And let's just say that because everyone's XRP'd out because of its speed and its cost, right? So if that's the main factors is speed and cost, okay, then why would they not go with the faster network with 0 fees?
That's what I mean.
Why would they not use Cubic? Why would they not use HBAR? They're faster and less fees. Cubic is literally 0 trading fees. 0. Hey Eve, how you doing?
Oh yeah, hi Eve. I see you. Sorry.
Can we do a welfare check on Ethereum? I just did Ethereum. Ethereum looks good. Ethereum's about to pump, baby.
So are coins connected to it, by the way.
Yeah. Athena, though, looks way more bullish than Ethereum.
But they're connected.
Yeah, they're connected. They look identical. Ethereum and Athena both look identical.
Here's one thing I noticed. And
this
is obviously, I don't do TA or anything like that. But when you see those bigger ones, the ones that like Ethereum, 88, and Cardano, see what coins, blockchain, layer, see which ones are attached, because more times than not, if that's going up, so are they. For whatever, I don't understand why that works that way, but I've noticed that with my own investments, that if one of them goes up, the rest of them follow.
The Rabid Drop Bear says, what is the best exchange to use if you're based in Australia? I do not recommend any exchanges, okay, because of what happened with FTX. What I would say is maybe subscribe to Jesse, and Jesse can do a fact check for you on different exchanges. But that's more her side. So that's Revolution Starts Now. She's the co-host. So if you want to send her a subscription, you can DM her and she can look into all that for you. I love how Kodak says, can we do a welfare check on Ethereum? Ethereum looks great. What are you talking about, welfare check? Ethereum is living and thriving. The Rabid Drop Bear, thank you for the dinos and the ice cream cones. I appreciate you. Yeah, I would, say where and what I'm using. I'm using pretty much every exchange, okay? So I'm spread out. Change your goal. I'm not asking for gifts anymore, Eve. I know
We're just here to hang out and let people know what's being silly in TA, because you know what? The world's not great right now.
Yeah, if people want to send gifts, that's up to them. I'm not going to be... I've been given too much hate for asking for gifts or putting up the goals, and I know you really wanted me to push all of that. But I don't want to do it. I feel like if people want to give to the show, they will.
And if not, click the button.
Yeah.
Clickety-click.
Yeah, and if not, just tap away or subscribe. Your subscription is really where it's at, because then I can TA for you on demand anytime. Become a subscriber. Let me help you. Let me coach you. Let me TA for you. Or join the Discord and get in the TA class. Let me teach you how to TA. I want to follow her too. She's got good knowledge, but how? So just click on her, on the thing where it says her name, Revolution, and then you can switch over to her side of the live. And then you can follow her. Chat, I told you guys, Eve's the one that wants me to beg for gifts. I really don't care. I want the taps. I want the views. Look, we got 44 people viewing right now. This is awesome. We're finally breaking out of the banana.
You know why?
XTZ.
Because we're not talking about sad news anymore, and I think maybe we need to branch out from that for a while and just for entertainment purposes only talk about the stuff no one wants to talk about because it's odd or weird. Because honestly, it's fun to hear everyone's thought process on a lot of this stuff and why they think the way they do.
XTZ. What exchange is that on? Because I do not see it, brother. Oh, wait. Bitfix? Is this the right one? Is this it? TikTok seller? It's on everything? Alright, this is it.
Yes.
This looks good to me, bro. I would even maybe say that's a bull flag. Maybe, but look, it's shown this before. Where it does this shoot up and then it comes down and consolidates and it drops. It's kind of showing that, and that's a cycle. That's kind of what the cycles do. They drop down, they come back like this, and they shoot up again. It's very normal to see. So we need to see it kind of break out. But I mean, kind of, it's a bull flag. I would say not, because look at these antennae here. This one could be dead skis.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That was really sweet.
This could be to Dunsky's.
Oh, I didn't even know how to go. Oh, snap.
I don't know. I'm too unsure on this one. Yeah, keep looking. You want that flat line. Okay? Where it's just flat line dead, like a dead meme coin, right? But something with utility. Jammer says easy 5x. On which one? I'll look it up for you since nobody else is. AIOT. Is this it? Is this the right one? OK Zoo? Oh, that was it. All right. Yeah, that looks good, but it looks like it's probably done. It looks toasty to the mosty. I mean, it hasn't really gone back to retest the rejection. It could keep going. It just started. Yeah, it's the 1 day, but that's pretty unhealthy market movement. What goes up must come down. But yeah, it could.
Always does.
It could keep going. It is a doji candle right now with more buy pressure up than down. But, and we've had hefty wicks like that where it just took off again. So I would say, you know, you're going to want to take profits on this thing if you got in at 68 cents. You know, there's no shame in taking profits. Right? No shame. DCA out of this thing. That's what I would start doing now. I would be looking to get out, and if it just starts coming down, cut it. I just realized my camera was off. All right, I do have a little bit of news. Should we read the news real quick?
Okay.
Just looking for profits, airdrops, and stakings. Yeah, dude, I mean, you know, DCA out on this one is not financial advice. 100% profits are yay. Yeah. All right, let's take a little listen to.
SEC pushes back decisions on Truth Social, Solana, XRP crypto ETFs. The U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, has delayed rulings on 3 high-profile crypto exchange-traded funds, ETFs, extending review deadlines into October. In notices filed August 18, the agency set new decision dates of October 8 for NYSE, Arca's Truth Social Bitcoin and Ethereum ETF, October 16 for 21 shares in Bitwise's Solana ETFs, and October 19 for the 21 shares Core XRP Trust. The Truth Social Bitcoin and Ethereum ETF, submitted on June 24, is structured as a commodity-based trust holding Bitcoin,
the official creator
BTC,
for Solana,
and Ether,
is coming on the
ETH,
show.
Directly and issuing shares backed by those assets. While branded under U.S. President Donald Trump's Truth Social platform, it functions like other spot Bitcoin and Ether ETFs already on the market. Cboe BZX also seeks approval for the first U.S. spot Solana ETFs through filings from 21 Shares and Bitwise. These products would hold Solana, SOL, tokens, and give investors a secure way to gain exposure to Solana's price performance. A separate application from 21 Shares aims to launch the Core XRP Trust, designed to hold XRP and track its market value. First filed in February and later amended, the trust was approaching its 180-day deadline on Wednesday before the SEC granted itself an additional 60 days to review. Related, U.S. regulator considers simplified path to market for crypto ETFs. October shaping up as a big month for ETF rulings. The most recent ETF extensions are not out of the ordinary. The SEC has been filing ETF extensions all summer, and many of them are shaping up to be decided on this fall. In March, Cointelegraph reported that the SEC had delayed decisions on multiple altcoin ETF proposals, including products tied to XRP, Litecoin, and Dogecoin. Among them was CoinShares' application for a spot Litecoin ETF, which would hold LTC directly and issue shares backed by the token. Cointelegraph noted that the SEC's extension placed its deadline in the same cluster of fall reviews as other altcoin filings. Separately, the SEC extended its review of Bitwise's request to allow in-kind creations and redemptions for its spot Bitcoin and Ethereum ETFs. Now slated for September, that decision would determine whether investors can exchange ETF shares directly for the underlying crypto rather than cash. The SEC often uses its full extension periods to evaluate new products and collect public feedback. Bloomberg ETF analyst James Seyffert wrote in a post on X on May 20th that the SEC typically takes the full time to respond to a 19B4 filing. He added that almost all of these filings have final due dates in October, and an early decision would be out of the norm.
Anything that gets pushed that hard and is trying to entice you,
see $3.75
even
billion
Sirens did that,
inflows.
and how did that work out?
BlackRock dominates as ETF funds grow in popularity. The U.S. market now counts a dozen spot Bitcoin ETFs, several Ether products, and a growing roster of applications for Solana, XRP, and other tokens. Globally, over 100 crypto-related ETFs are listed. BlackRock's iShares Bitcoin Trust dominates the field, with more than $87 billion in assets under management, AUM. Its scale, liquidity, and brand strength have set it apart, drawing the bulk of flows while rivals remain far smaller. U.S. spot Bitcoin ETF assets. Source,
fine, I'll be quiet.
CoinMarketCap. Magazine. Bitcoin ETFs make Coinbase a honeypot for hackers and governments. Trezor CEO.
So yeah, ETFs in October. I think they're coming.
What do they have to gain for ETFs being what they are?
Massive inflow, and then shorts, and then the bull runs over.
So they're just, explain to me, like I'm 5, why this is useful in any way. How does it help people? How does it grow people's portfolio? And how is it not just a scheme? Explain to me like I'm 5.
ETAs or ETFs are like a way that people can just buy crypto into their portfolio. So it's a way that they can diversify into crypto more easily. That's why. So it'll be more liquidity coming into the market.
Okay, and how many new people are going to know about this? Or what it is?
Yeah, they're going to know. It's the talk of the town. The problem is big money does not want to make risky investments. There are some, but those that are, on the whole adoption is happening right now. XCN passed the zone. Let's go. All right, dude, that's good. Then I say bullish. I think everything's bullish, to be honest with you right now. The green light's on. Everything's going to be bullish. Another crypto exchange files for an IPO. Gemini, founded by Tyler and Cameron Winklevoss, have filed for a U.S. IPO after rivals Circle and Bullish staged blockbuster debuts. So Gemini Trust, the crypto exchange funded by the billionaire twins Tyler and Cameron, has filed for the U.S. initial public offering, positioned itself to become the third publicly traded digital asset exchange after Coinbase and Bullish. The filing, published August 15th, revealed that Gemini's revenue fell in the first half of 2025, while its net losses winded, underscoring both the challenges and opportunities of going public is still a volatile industry. Yes, this is a fundraiser. So if a company is going public, it means they're probably not doing well, and they need the public's money to continue. So, pump and dump. This is the meme coins of the stock exchanges IPOs, okay? They're fundraisers. They pump really hard and then they dump really hard. So yeah, there's a bunch of money that can be made, and that's why they run so hard. And a lot of people, they hodl, and they get left holding the bag on this one. Somebody's got to be left holding the bag.
That's true.
Gemini taps Ripple for credit line ahead of IPO. CNBC World Crypto. Let's watch it. They're hurting for money. Gemini is hurting for money.
Make sure you talk over. I wasn't allowed to.
Oh, yeah.
Today, Bitcoin and Ether tumbled to begin the week. The crypto program viewed as anti-crypto, and Caitlin Long, the CEO of Custodia Bank, which is based in Wyoming, sits down with us at the Wyoming Blockchain Symposium to discuss regulatory developments for crypto. Welcome to CNBC's Crypto World. I'm Talia Kaplan here in Jackson Hole for the second annual Wyoming Blockchain Symposium. Attendance doubled this year amid a more crypto-friendly administration and progress for crypto on Capitol Hill. Now, this event is taking place the same week as the annual Jackson Hole Economic Policy Symposium hosted by the Federal Reserve Bank of Kansas City. And this year, 2 members of the Fed will attend this conference. They include Christopher Waller, member of the Board of Governors of the Fed, and Michelle Bowman, Vice Chair of Supervision of the Board of Governors of the Fed. Also in attendance this year, many industry executives, lawmakers, and regulators, including SEC Chair Paul Atkins, who will be addressing the audience tomorrow morning. We'll have more on the Wyoming Blockchain Symposium in just a bit, but first, let's get a check of the markets. Crypto prices in the red to kick off the week as heightened macro concerns triggered more than $500 million in forced selling of long positions. As of noon Eastern, Bitcoin fell less than 2% to $116,200 after falling as low as $114,700 at
We need
one
a
point.
wellness check on
This
XRP.
after touching a new all-time high last week, its fourth one this year. Ether dropped nearly 5%, but still traded above $4,300. And XRP fell 3.8% to $3.
That's a little baby
Both
move.
Bitcoin and Ether rolled over after higher than expected July
but they make it
wholesale
seem like it's the
inflation
end of the
data
world.
raised concerns over a Fed
They
rate
just want it
cut
to
in
go down
September.
more so they can buy
Also,
more.
profit taking from investors sparked a wave of liquidations across the crypto
I
market.
see that and I'm like, oh,
Taking
okay,
a quick look
let's-
at a crypto-focused stock,
buy some.
Tom Lee's Ether company BitMine dropped more than 2%. The move lower came after the Bitcoin miner that pivoted to an Ether treasury strategy notified the SEC in a filing that it was doubling down on its stock sale program in an effort to raise up to $20 billion to buy more ETH. Okay, let's talk about the top stories. Crypto platform Gemini entered a credit agreement with Ripple Labs. A Friday SEC filing reveals Gemini can initially borrow up to $75 million with the option to decrease or increase the amount to up to $150 million.
100K
Requests made
likes,
beyond that
let's
cap
go.
may be made with Ripple's stablecoin. The credit line will bear an interest rate of up to 8.5%. Now, this comes after Gemini, founded by the Winklevoss twins, confidentially filed for an IPO back in June. The same filing from Friday reveals the platform's mid-year total liabilities were more than $2 billion. Next, the Federal Reserve is shifting its supervision practices on crypto. On Friday, it announced the board decided to toss what it called novel activities, a practice it used to supervise banks on certain crypto and fintech activities. The Fed says since that program was implemented, quote, the board has strengthened its understanding of those activities, related risks, and bank risk management practices. Friday's announcement says supervision of those activities will fall under the standard supervisory processes. All right, back to the Wyoming Blockchain Symposium for our main story. This morning, I sat down with Caitlin Long, founder and CEO of
Stop
Custodia
shilling
Bank, which
Cardano.
specializes in crypto and is based here in Wyoming. We discussed the Fed's shifting stance on crypto, as well as bank-issued stablecoins, especially now that the Genius Act stablecoin regulation bill was
Why
signed
can't
into
we
law.
hear on your live?
Enough of that.
I know.
Yo,
Stop
what's
shilling
up,
coins.
Morgan Brittle? I'm not shilling coins. I'm holding a coin. It's a pretty
Did you
coin.
not just put a water bottle in the thing over and over this whole show?
You talking about this?
No.
Is that what you're talking about?
yeah,
Or
there it
was
is.
it this?
Mm-hmm.
Was it this? This is so
No,
pretty.
the water bottle was more prevalent.
You know what? I probably shouldn't do this, but I have to. Oh. It's so pretty.
Just so you know, this is what I have to deal with. Just to,
This is so pretty. Miss the days when it was 10. I knew. It's so pretty. Did someone say their DCA on Doge? Did I ever do Doge? I think I forgot to do it, huh?
I didn't realize people still held on to it. That's why I didn't think it was serious.
Or I think he asked for my thoughts on it. I don't know if he asked for TA. I'll TA real quick.
Oh my god, I'm gonna buy it before it's too late.
I did it.
Oh, you guys are...
Oh, yeah. Doge looks like everything else. Here's the thing is...
Thank you, guys.
Dog coins are dead, but at the same time, people need it to pump, so it will. It kind of looks like a cup and handle thing, but it's not. It's a double bottom that fulfilled perfectly.
Thank you.
It's on a new pattern. Let's do a little wellness check on XRP. XRP looks like
You guys
Brad
don't
just
need to
went
call
to
it
town
that.
on this thing. Brad just went to town on your gains, guys. Brad is on
Sunday's
the
the
pole
drop.
right now. Brad is on the pole, throwing $100 bills. And David Schwartz is twerking in the background. And the money is flying around. They are just loving life right now and laughing at their holders. You've legally separated from XRP. And hear me out, guys, okay? XRP is going to do phenomenal things, okay? But it's not going to 11D, okay? And hodling is not the answer. The volatility is good. The way it shoots up like it does, and then they dump on it, and it brings it back down. It's a trader's dream, okay? It's beautiful. But the problem is because they dump on it the way they do, it's so heavily manipulated. It is hard to TA this thing. It is one of the hardest to TA out of all of them. I'm just like sick of it.
It's Ripple in general.
SXT shot
That's what
up
people
and
don't
fell
understand.
right back down. It was perfect. Nice. Yeah, SXT is like that. Okay. The reason why I like SXT is for trading, not for hodling. Mother Dragons, I'm talking to you. Okay?
You better leave her alone, bro.
I know, but I don't want her to get wrecked in the market. I'm trying to help her.
I held too. It didn't feel right, so we didn't do it.
I get it. And it'll do something. I hope it does a lot more. But it's very healthy movement, I'll tell you that much.
I got you.
I'm a little worried.
See,
about
I
right
think
now.
it has another. I don't.
It is coming back down. This thing's coming back down to 7 cents. Oh, I'm gonna buy so much more. It'll probably drop to like 7 cents. Then take, unless this is one of those sweeps where they're just triggering stop losses right now before it makes a big move up. You look at the one. These are what I like. These candles right here. These moves. These are money. Maybe it's going to go. It's just consolidating right now is what it's doing. It's pretty much found its bottom. I'd say it's pretty much at the bottom. It's probably going to double bottom right now. And then come back up to 8. Maybe it shoots up to 9, 10. It's got a strong ceiling of 9.5 cents. What coin is that? This is SXT Space and Time. This one prints money. When it moves very violently.
It moves
very,
fast.
Very quickly.
Yeah.
It's a late bloomer, so you get like a bit of a heads up when the market moves. But you got to be careful with this one. This one is for trading. Right? This one is for trading. And it's so new. It's just like, man, I'll tell you what, you can trade between where it's at 8 cents and 9.5 cents and just make so much money. I don't think it's a head and shoulders. You know why? There's no fair value gap. I think it's just building a floor at 8 cents is what it's doing. It's building a floor. The days of buying it for 6.5 cents may be over. Yeah, there's nowhere to really fill on the downside. There's pretty much only upward side to fill on this one. Yeah, this is, I mean, it's going to do things this cycle, but this cycle, it's for trading. Next cycle, this is going to be a big winner for sure. And Big Baller's right. And that's why we found it. Remember, I said this is, you know, if you're trying to buy and accumulate XRP right now, SXT is in its accumulation phase. So in the middle of the bull run, this thing is one that we can buy. and hodl, right? Or you can trade it and keep growing it, whatever. But this one is at its floor, right? Has nowhere to go but up. What's up, Josh? How you doing, Josh?
He must have heard us talking about him and he just appeared.
Yep. Speak of the devil and Josh will appear.
Nah, he's a good kid.
I love Josh, actually. Josh is on the Cardano train with me. Yeah.
And we're shilling again.
I'm not shilling. I like Cardano, and I'm allowed to like what
Can you
I like. They give me free stuff.
Oh, that's true.
Let me tell you right now.
Can you
They give me
explain
free
to me what
stuff.
shilling is? Explain to me what shilling is. Great detail. Go ahead. I'll wait.
Promoting a coin, maybe?
Oh.
Chat, help me out. What is
just that
shilling?
coin?
Pretend like I'm 5. What is shilling a coin? I feel like Cardano is a better technology because it's not proof of work, it's proof of stake. You want to know why I'm so bullish on Cardano? Bitcoin is coming to the Cardano network, okay? There's a reason why I'm not just shilling it because they gave me a bunch of free stuff, okay? Yes, they gave me a bunch of free stuff, okay? But you know who I am. I'm about integrity. New all-time high for ADA this cycle. I think you're right. I'm about integrity, okay? But when I see something juicy, I'm not going to not talk about it. And there's something juicy. Bitcoin is coming to the Cardano network, okay? And Bitcoin will have utility because of the layer 2 that comes from Cardano.
So you believe Bitcoin has a future?
Absolutely.
You weren't saying that a couple months ago.
Well, things change. The layer 2 technology didn't exist a
Because
couple
you
months
got
ago.
bought by Cardano.
No.
They
Cardano
bought
didn't-
you.
No, I found the technology. I just went out of my way to gather more Cardano goods because I liked it and I wanted to promote it because I believe in it now. The layer 2 that Cardano has created that gives Bitcoin utility is everything. That's what it's all been about. We've been saying that Bitcoin is a meme coin for how long? That's no longer the case. Visibility restricted.
18 and over. This is not financial advice for entertainment purposes only. This is why you have to keep saying it. I wasn't just being annoying for no reason. Ow, my bun hurts. Or bun, not bum, whatever. What happened?
Take over for a minute.
Yeah, he was going to name the. Oh yeah, you know what happened is I ended up having to take the kittens because he had to go out. So now I have them at my house and my kids love it. I know it
Yeah,
takes
keep 'em.
picture MVP help. They're a lot of work. They're a lot of work. They have to be
MVP.
bottle fed and.
If you're in the chat, help me.
And yeah, now they're my kittens and I will name them as I please. So I didn't realize bottle feeding kittens from birth was gonna be that much, but yeah. I mean, I have 5 other annoying children, so what's a couple more? You good, bro?
No.
'Cause I don't have anything on my side. That's why I always say, for entertainment purposes only, this is not financial advice. I
But
don't
what
do
did
that
I
because I'm
do?
crazy.
What if my
Do you
content
keep-
was unoriginal? I am the originator of creators.
How much longer till they eat solids? I don't know.
Oh
And
my
honestly,
god, viewership is dropping. No! Chat, don't leave.
How much longer? Okay, so I was going to ask that, and I looked it up. My kittens should already be eating out of saucers, but they refuse. They only want the bottle. I don't know how to break them of that. And of course, I'm going to feed them the bottle because they're cute and little. Like, I think they're using me. They're like, just give me the bottle, wench, and be quiet. Yeah, it's been a couple weeks now. I'm like, well, how much longer is this going on? Like, their eyes are open, they're running around. I know that's probably why. And that's why I was trying to address it and get it over with, but nobody ever listens to me. But yeah. Mother, if you have any great tips on that one, I cannot get them to drink out of a saucer. They refuse. They want to be swaddled and fed like they're babies. And it's been and they're like, nope, feed me, do what you're supposed to do. And I'm like, I think I'm being controlled, but I'm going to do whatever I can because I love all my animals.
Alexa, thank you for the roses.
It is exhausting.
Mia, thank you for the heart me. Alexa, thank you for the goats. And Crypto Guy with a heart me. Thank you very much, guys.
It is.
The suppression is
I know.
real.
I'm not going to say those. I don't know. Wonder who GGGA884 is. Give them, yeah. Fran, do your thing.
I think I need to rebrand.
Yeah. Think you need to rebrand? Why?
Yeah. Oz the Crypto Penguin. I think I'm going to rebrand to the Crypto Penguin. Because it seems like the goat is under attack. What's up, Jay? How you doing? I think maybe the appeal went through right now.
Okay.
I don't know.
It's just we had an issue. One of my friendly, beautiful ladies had an issue the other day with posting something, and they flagged some dumbness because we love TikTok Shop. And for the life of us, we could not figure out what it was and why. The reason it gave made no sense to what the post was. So, entertainment purposes only, it is going overboard. And the more it is being controlled by certain people, the worse it will get. Exactly. Yeah, that one. I'm not going to say it out loud, but yeah, that was it, which didn't make any sense because it had nothing to do with what we were doing.
Oz the Crypto Penguin.
No.
What do you think, chat? Kodak thinks it's good. I think if I rebranded that, maybe some of the haters would not know who I am and just go with.
It'd be the same account.
I know, it'd be the same account,
face.
but they wouldn't be looking for me, right? Because they're actively looking for me to come hate. Josh, thank you for the I Heart Yous. Drags, thank you for the roses. Alexa, thank you for the roses. You guys are awesome. Oh my god, Eve is calling me.
Ooh, you in trouble.
I'm in trouble. All right, take over.
Take over what? I can't see your chat. I can only see my chat, so I don't know how that's gonna work. Okay, I wanted to go down. I can't believe he took that theory from me, and he's gone. I know. I can't believe Big 12. I think you know what it is, and either side, whoever can hear me on both sides of the chat, promoting the show is a lot of work. And when you have 2 or 3 people who are vindictive and petty, and this is for educational purposes only, they will flag and flag. And what happens is it takes you out of the algorithm. So even if you have your alerts set up like I do for certain people, if they've been flagged so many times, I don't get I don't get those alerts anymore. And that's what's happening. And so 2 very interesting people who have their own thoughts and opinions, lost out on something, and they needed someone to blame. And unfortunately, that was Oz. And they even sent me some hateful, awful things, but I don't care because life is life and people are going to like you or they don't. I pay it no mind. But when you have a show like Oz does, and he puts all that work into it, and they put him in a shadow banana, again, for educational purposes only, if you every time they go and they seriously, it's an everyday thing. Report. Somebody's reporting all of his stuff all the time, reporting the live, reporting everything. So what happens is you get pulled further and further out of the algorithm. So it helps so much when you share the show, when you like the show, and all those different things, because some people are just, yeah, and some people are just the way they are, and it is what it is, and we try to block and moderate the best we can, but they create, like, the level of petty that how many accounts they've created is wild, just to be a hater. Like, it is so funny to me. I'm like, dude, like, I don't even have that kind of energy. Like, I want you to step on a Lego, but that's about as far as it goes. He's doing, yeah, and he's not doing unoriginal content. This is his own. These are his own thoughts and opinion. Yeah, and now he's exactly. It's crime for you know, he did the crime. Now he gets the time when there was no crime. It's like, you know, I thought you were innocent until proven guilty, which we know doesn't work in the United States. But for educational purposes only, and which is why I say those things constantly. This is not financial advice. This is, you know, for entertainment purposes, educational purposes. And the reason is, I know, can't say that either. You know, educational purposes, don't talk to dolphins. It is illegal. Yeah, already. And that, I think, as the new rules come up, and I don't know on the other side who's listening, you need to be careful what you do. The laws are getting, the rules for I Love TikTok Shop are getting much more difficult in the beginning of September, and they're starting to implement them now. And the further and further along that goes, the more you will get restricted. And you are going to have to be very careful what you say before and after you say them. Like, and this is why I'm saying, like, say, you know, this is for entertainment purposes only. This is for, you know, sharing. Like, there's a one that's, you know, sharing positivity. This is about educational. This is not financial advice. Please remember to use those things. They will pull it. So, like, it does make me upset that now a platform that used to be so where everything went, you know, you could think whatever you want, posted whatever you want. Oh, did it? Josh? Okay, so that, I can't say that word. I got banned the other day for saying it, or bananaed, sorry. We Love TikTok Shop, F1, in the chat. I can't say that because the last time I did, I was bananaed. I'm not allowed to say anything about those two countries at all. That's how bad it is. They pulled me right off. And that's what I mean by censored. You can't talk about certain wars. You can't talk about certain countries. You can't talk about certain genocides, because if you do, they don't want that on the system. And it's not getting better. I'm sure you guys saw the weird, I don't know how you say it. If everyone got that message about how it changes in September, everything is going to be off limits. Yeah, it's not. Yeah. TT is not cool anymore. Used to be the place you can go say anything you want, and now it's just not that. Everything, people can do whatever they want, say whatever hateful things they want, report whatever they want with zero consequences, but the person who pays for those consequences are the people they're falsely reporting.
Right. I think I'm going to move to X or somewhere else, because, man, this is ridiculous. What it was when I first started this in like January, February, it's nothing like it was. And you just can't. How are we supposed to function? How are we supposed to do this? So if you're not if you're not following me on X, make sure you do, because one day I might just disappear and you won't know where to find me. And we are streaming on YouTube as well, but that show's dead. There's 2 people watching there. There's 2 people watching on YouTube. There's 1 person watching on Twitch, and then there's now only 20 people watching on TikTok. We used to have like 300 plus viewers every day, and it was just me with the Nintendo Switch. I didn't even have all this stuff, and I was like, wow, we're really doing something here. And so I like invested into doing all of this, and man, I feel like, wow, what a waste of money. I mean, I helped you guys, but like, what am I doing here? Oz, you can live on X while you're live on everything else. Yes, I know this. I just haven't set it up yet. I just got my blue check on X yesterday.
Okay, so this is a good point, and I think you need to take this into consideration as well, because I think we were trying to tell you that, and you kind of had that suspicion. Just as the crypto market is diluted, the social media market is diluted on too many platforms. So what's happening is that, you know, you have this, the market's not doing anything, and, you know, and now that everything's diversified from X and YouTube and TikTok and all the other, and Twitch and all the other places, it's gonna get spread out, you know, like rain doesn't hit the same spot.
And it was all centralized here on TikTok just a few months ago, and then they just screwed it all up with the US coming in and taking control of it and messing with the algorithms.
Yeah, and
stuff.
it says we don't know where to go, we are lazy. And that's partially true. It's like, all right, what's the easiest place for me to go get that information? So of course it's going to be spread out, because if you add everything together, you have the right amount of people, but it's all spread out everywhere.
And that's why I like Twitch, but I don't like the commercials. Everyone complains about the commercials. But X...
Me, I complain.
X, you can say whatever you want. No commercials. I think that's the place to go. You know, I've been trying out new platforms to see what's going to work. And I don't know. This can't continue. Jfinity, thank you for the let 'em cooks. It can't continue. Something's going to give, and like they're driving away good creators. What are we supposed to do? Like I'm up to my ears in appeals and paperwork every live. Like, why am I
But it's
here?
not just you. It's not just you. I've seen other creators that had 80, 90 people and like 4 people on their panel, and now they've got like good creators on their panel, and they're barely able to keep 30 people. And these are all like people that I follow, like whether they're in a panel or not. And it's not just, I don't think it's as personal as you think it is, but I think there needs to be a line drawn where, you know, maybe it's time to move to a different platform, or just see where this goes in the next month or so. And we're going to know more by September how,
right. I'm giving it till,
for educational purposes, how centered we are.
I'm giving it till October, basically. And if they don't get their act together, we're going to walk away from TikTok completely. I've threatened it so many times. TikTok seller, thank you for the galaxy. Uh-oh.
Oh, that was so sweet.
We've made $6.66. It's 666. You gotta send something else. You gotta get rid of that number. That's bad luck. Somebody...
I know.
Somebody send
more apps, more
penny.
Passwords. It said, "Oh no, I would miss you, Oz," on this side of this stream, just so you know.
Well, I wouldn't stop going live. I would just be elsewhere. You gotta get
People
off.
stick to what they're familiar with. That's never gonna happen. People stick to what they're familiar with.
Kodak, Danny Gibson, thank you for the gifts. There's no more 666. You guys don't have to send gifts unless you want to. I appreciate it. 666 is a bad luck number.
Order 66.
Yeah. So
that one's fun.
My main thing is that I'm not going to stop doing this show. But you guys are going to have to leave TikTok, because I can't do it anymore. I can't. So if you want the TA, you're going to have to come elsewhere. At least come to my Discord. You know, because I can't deal with this anymore. What am I supposed to do? They're driving me out of here. Kodak says, lead and we shall follow. I think that's my sign right there. You guys know what's good. You guys know that I'm doing a good thing here. And I know those of you that have been here for a long time. Danny says, just tell us where and start over. I think that's what we're going to do. I think I tried Twitch and we're not getting any new viewership on Twitch, but I'll tell you what, the X is starting to take off quickly. And there are big names that are following me on X already, and they're promoting me. So I feel like we're going to be moving to X. I'm going to give it a few more weeks here. I feel bad, like I'm letting down Eve, but you know, as a creator, like I can't deal with it anymore. It's so much paperwork. It's just appeal after appeal. Did my appeal's still pending? It didn't get rejected yet, but it's just like we were just like getting into the algorithm and just starting to get going, and then boom, roadblock. Every time, every live. There hasn't been a live in months where it's just been smooth sailing. It's been months.
That's actually sad but true. I don't think people realize that. Like, that's real. Every single one. You're not leaving. Don't make me come to Cali.
It's not that I'm leaving.
You have a lot of people that... No, but you have a lot of people that love you over here. And they're just like, you know, they don't want you to leave. And I get that. We just might have to shift platforms because... And I feel like... I know no one wants to hear this. Yeah, it's every week minimum. But I don't think people want to hear this. When all those rules go into September, you're probably not going to want to be here either. Because even though I do not care for Mr. Musk, Twitter is a free-for-all. You can do whatever you want over there. No one cares.
And there's a lot of moon cheesers I think we could reach there. I think we could help a lot of new people. You know?
Yeah, you believe that.
And look at Josh. Look at what we did for Josh. And
he did for us. You know, he taught us some stuff. We taught him some stuff.
But Josh is just growing his portfolio exponentially now. Mar Lopez says, X is good, but you are exposed to such negative content and visuals, it's bad energy. I agree. And that's what I'm hoping is maybe we can bring something positive to a negative space. You know, maybe we'll stick out more because of it. We did here. We stuck out because we spoke out. So we'll have to see. I'm going to talk with Jesse about it, and we'll see. Maybe we need to give X a little trial run. And
that's what I'm thinking.
Because with the letter that I got from TikTok of the new rules that are coming, I only see it getting worse. I don't see it getting any better. It's just not. It doesn't make any sense. Like, why? I feel like we're wasting energy and resources in the wrong place. So hopefully you guys come with, you know, whoever doesn't. The problem is I have to. Not everybody's in the live every day, right? And if I put out a post that says, "Hey, we're going to be on X," then, you know, TikTok suppresses it. So I'm not sure.
We'll give it the next month. Give it until September.
That's what I'm
saying.
That's what I'm saying. So
we give it till September and give everyone the opportunity.
TikTok seller says your Twitter looks fire. Yeah, my Twitter's like days old and it's already like taking off. Like I've got hundreds. I'm getting more likes on my videos there than I'm getting on TikTok. I'm getting more likes than I'm getting views on TikTok. So it's like, what am I doing here? So I think we're going to do that. We'll take some time and give you guys a chance to adjust. But I think we're going to start focusing on the X. And what I've noticed is that in the space, the crypto space, everyone is using X. That's where everyone's at. Can you
That's my whole
TA
problem
link
with
and
it, though.
arrow? I got you, brother.
While you're doing that, that is my problem with X is going to be your success with it. Is anybody can say whatever they want. Anyone can use fake news. Anyone can just post statistics that aren't real. Yeah, and you are creating a positive change, and that's what it says on this side. Just so you know,
I know
that it is hard. Nothing ever good came easy. It just doesn't work that way.
Chainlink looks bullish as hell. Look at that. It got that double bottom. It's just going, okay? There is a fair value gap down here at 20 cents, but I don't think it does it. I think it's going to keep going. Now, we did have a bit of rejection up here, but we got our doji. I'm seeing a wick on the bottom, not on the top. I think it still wants to go. Let's see here. Yeah, we had like an ascending channel. It broke down. I think it wants to keep going. It's kind of like a double top thing, but no, I don't think so. I think this one's still bullish. I think Chainlink's got more move in it. All right, what was the other one? Arrow. Aerodrome Finance. Mother Dragons, thank you so much. Chat, if you're a subscriber, everybody put a Killdozer flag in the chat. Don't make me do unreasonable things. Put the Killdozer in the chat. Don't make me do it, because that's what TikTok's making me do. You guys know which one I'm talking about. It's the Gadsden flag, but it's the Killdozer on it. You guys know that story? Jesse.
It's a documentary. The guy pretty much has enough of everybody, and he secretly buys a tank, fixes it, makes this thing crazy, like there's a bulldozer in front of it. Like, you can't take it down. There's nothing you can do. He's mad at everybody in this town, and so he just starts wrecking every single building he comes across, and they can't stop him. There's no bullets. They're not equipped to stop a freaking bulldozer tank. And if you can watch, I think the documentary is on Max or HBO, because apparently we call it Max now. And it's one of the funniest things. Like, I know, like, it was dangerous. People were fine. It's really funny because this guy just had enough of all of it. He lost his job. He lost his family. He lost his house. He was done.
Yeah, the city council wouldn't let him, do things for his business, but they would let these other businesses do whatever they want. And they basically pushed him out and bullied him. That's what's happening here, as we're being pushed out and bullied. On the 1 hour, Arrow is a double bottom forming right now, so it should pump up. If it gets rejected at 146 to 150, it could continue on back downward and possibly form like a diamond top or something. But this also looks like a liquidity sweep where maybe they're triggering stop losses. So it could continue up still from here. I'm still leaning bullish. Yes, Pudgy Penguins. I got my little Pudgy Penguin right here. Check it out. I'll look at Ada for you, brother. Hey, Josh is actually a subscriber now. Wouldn't you know it? Josh is a subscriber. Check out the Pudgy Penguin. I love my Pudgy Penguins now. I was like kind of like meh, whatever, and then like I realized something. Marketing, baby. Marketing is huge. All right, let's look at Cardano. Josh says, tell Cardano to send me a bottle. I'll shill too.
I feel like he would. I really do.
It just tastes better in this bottle. You know which one I really like, though, is my Midnight one. Midnight spared no expense. I got my little Midnight on my Pudgy Penguin right here. Cardano. I have to say that everything looks funky right now. It is hard to say what's going on, but I feel bullish. I feel bullish, okay? Like, and we know how everything moves together, okay? Some are clearly bullish and some are just like, eh. I think we're moving into alt season. And you know, I don't normally say, oh, DCA, but like this is one of those times where I'm like, maybe DCA. Buy, if it drops a little bit more, buy some more. Because I think things are about to go parabolic. Okay, not face melting parabolic, but I think we're gonna see something. I don't know. Ada kind of looks like a bull flag here, yo. Cardano, the bull flag. That looks like a bull flag to me. Or, excuse me, a pennant. A bull pennant. Excuse me. I'm teaching a TA class. I gotta call them the right name. Excuse me, chat. Can Pudgy reach 9 cents? I mean, if enough people buy it, yeah. That is a good question though. Let's look at Pudgy one.
I mean, penguin is in the name. I mean,
I think
and it's
penguins
pudgy,
are neat.
like a pudgy penguin. They're cute. They have little tuxedos, and the women leave the eggs with the males, and then they never have to take care of them again. Like, how awesome is that?
Let me tell
I'm
you
just
something.
saying.
So there's a thing with penguins is once they find a mate, they never leave their mate, and it's forever, right? And so like once you get into penguins, it's forever, right? Can penguins
They're really cute.
reach 9 cents? That is a stretch, buddy, but it's definitely possible. But maybe in meme coin season. Francesca says, I'll shill. Yeah, I'm monetized on X. It takes a year. I'm not going to make any money on X. So here's the thing is if we move to X, like we're not going to make any revenue. At least I made like $7 here. If I move to X, I'm not going to get anything. That's the problem is it's nice to have some kind of something coming in because the overhead for this show is just ridiculous. So I don't know if we're not making any money and we're not signing any affiliates, we're done. The show's over.
Yeah. And this might be my last week. So, you know, I can't take people's food off their table, especially the people that work here. So I'm going to try my best. You know, the next couple of days I have some stuff to do, but yeah, I mean, this is just where we are, and that's okay. You know, we tried down a journey, and I tried something new, and I've had a lot of fun, and I've met a lot of awesome people, and I'll be in and out of TikTok, but yeah, this is probably going to be my last week, and but I do appreciate everybody.
It's just become unsustainable. I was hoping to sign an affiliate contract. It looks like that's not going to happen. So TikTok killed a good creator. We're going to give it one more go on X. And if that doesn't do it, then c'est la vie. Because I've just invested in so much into this. I can't continue. I have literally bled my bags dry. And on that note, let's call it a night.
I think so too.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
We love you guys. Thank you for tuning in.
Go follow me on X. Come join the Discord. So that way you can find me.
Discord's a lot of fun.
The Discord is a lot of fun. And you know what? I'll be hanging out in the Discord after this. If you guys want to come over there and laugh and have a good time, I'll be on there for a little bit. Hey,
bye,
Zane, much respect to you too. The Discord link is in my bio. I believe the X link is in my bio. If it's not, I will have the IT guy fix that. But you can find me on all platforms, Ozthecryptogoat. So, yeah, we're probably going to be leaving this platform. So if you enjoy this content and you want to be a part of the community, come find me, because we can't keep doing this. And we'll see. We're at 200K likes, which is crazy, and only 16 people watching. Thank you guys for the taps and the gifts and everything you guys do. Much appreciated to you guys. I appreciate you all very much. Mother Dragons, thank you very much. Have a good night, everyone. Make sure you come find me on X. Okay? Because that's where we're going to be. We're going to give it one more go. Give it one more shot. And hopefully it works out. Bye, guys.
It's nothing, you a snitch. You wanna be like me, yeah, you wish.
Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat.
I promise I'm greater. Just check my tray, check my wallet, the data. You mention me with the girls, that's gossip. And if you talk shit, you know you best watch it. Crypto wives are the best, you know you're not it. Passive aggressive, that beef I'm gonna squash it. Not cause I forgive you, because I am bigger of a person. And yeah, my ass sticker, loyal to my man. You a hoe, you a stripper, so don't miss my words by the throwing no hitter. Now this my last line before we go get dinner. Michelin restaurants, you pay, he a winner. Said I'm a badass bitch and I'm rich. Don't call me a little girl, I ain't switch. Size like it's nothing, you a snitch. Wanna be like me, yeah, you wish. Another verse, about to take another lap. Around you putting Goat Tribe on the map. It's a race, it's a fight, yeah, we about to scrap. But you know I'm clever, so instead lay a trap to help me catch these little girls in the act. Creating fake drama, yeah, I know that's a fact. I don't mean to provoke, don't mean to attack, but can't take any more, boy, I gotta react. Or they take advantage of me, try and lie, spread these rumors about me, but they can't see.
How you doing, brother? Smash that like button, guys. Send in a daily heart me. Gifts are appreciated, but if anything, a heart me is the best thing that you can do to help the show.
I'm a badass bitch and I'm rich. Don't call me a little girl, I ain't switch. Size like it's
Let's get this rolling. Starks, thank you for the heart me. Appreciate you, brother. Keep hitting that like button, guys. I'm going to share the show out.
What is real? How do you define real?
Let's get this show shared out
There's
to
no
everyone.
spoon.
Need some engagement, guys.
What is real, what is human?
In the
This world
meantime,
got me questioning,
while y'all are
stuck in
hitting
the
all the
matrix, feeling like I'm
buttons and
trolling, so
everything,
upside down, disconnected from
and
the show, man.
sending
But
in the
Morpheus is
heart
here now,
me's
you
and
ready to
whatnot,
go? The red or blue pills,
here's
you
an
already know.
amazing
Down the rabbit hole, we going below.
Goat
Layers they can't
Tribe
see, I'm going to
music
show.
video for
You,
you guys.
what is
Goat
real, what is
Tribe.
fake, take it slow. Been doing it for years and now I'm a pro.
At
The fake is a
Goats,
sham, it's a scam, 2.33 and a supply,
goattribe.io.
goddamn. They print and they steal
Check
as
out
much
their
as they want.
NFT
But old Uncle
collection.
Sam, he just runs a front for the shadiest scheme you've ever seen.
We have been
Completely
the
worthless, worse
#1
than the shit
live stream on Abstract for days in a row, guys. Let's do it again. Let's get to number 1 on Abstract. And TikTok as well, we've been doing really well. Let's get that algorithm rolling, and let's get to it. And then I got some news for you guys today, and some theories about what's going to happen in the markets. So I'm sure you're all interested in what I think is going to happen in the markets. And I'm going to do some TA for you guys. And we'll go through, you know, my predictions, I guess. I wouldn't even call them predictions. Awesome, thank you for the heart me's. Thank you for the heart me's, guys. Heart me's are the best thing that you can do for the algorithm to help me out.
You can't see it, you feel it, it's in your soul. Breaking the matrix, they losing control. Politicians and judges, they have the role to keep you in line. Yeah, that's the goal.
The heart me is the best thing that you can send, though. There. That's probably better for the audio. Can you hear me now? How's the audio now? That probably sounds much better. Yeah, my bad, guys. Honestly, I just came from a doctor's appointment and like rushed over here, so like I'm trying to get all the equipment going and everything. So appreciate you guys showing up and showing out, hitting the like button. We're gonna get to 100K likes today. That's the goal, is 100K likes. And I can't do it without you guys. Without you guys, I'm just a guy in a padded room talking to the wall. So please be here and engage with me, so that way I'm not crazy. Revolution, thank you for the heart me's and the popular votes and the super popular votes as well. Become a super fan, guys. That's another thing you can do to help me out here. Become one of my super fans, and or become a subscriber. I offer one-on-one coaching to anyone that needs help, catered to your specific needs in the market, right? Everyone's needs are a little bit different, all right? So let's find something that's good for you, right? Where the market helps you. You know, I think the algorithm's not going as good because we have the we don't have the charts up here. Usually when the charts are on, we get way more engagement, right? So I get the charts up there. Thank you guys for all the gifts. Do not forget to send a heart me. Heart me is the best thing that you can do. Revolution, thank you for all the gifts. I appreciate it. I need to turn 1,000 into 100,000. Is there something you can help me with? Actually, yeah, that can be done. I've turned 100,000 into 3 mil, or excuse me, 1,000 into 3 mil. It can be done. All right. And I know you're being hyperbolic or whatever, but it can be done. But you gotta put in work. You gotta, educate yourself. But meme coins is probably gonna be your best bet for major returns like that. But I'll tell you what, 97% of the people that get into meme coins lose. Another cool one is Soul Pump. Soul Pump is a fun little game that you can play. Oski, thank you for the heart me. Appreciate you. I appreciate it. I need donuts, guys. I need 80 donuts. If you want to send a gift, send a donut. You can click, there's like a little thing like up here when you click the heart me, and it'll show you like the different gifts that I need to achieve for certain goals. Honestly, I feel like if we don't start getting engagement, you're going to force me to stop doing the news and stop reading charts and just battle people. If you don't want this show to turn into me battling all day long, then we need it. We need the engagement. We need whatever you guys can do, right? I do not want to become that. It seems like that's what everything's become, is just people battling each other, and how boring. I like to think that my show's not very boring. You know, we talk about different things and stuff. But yeah, like, golly, like, who wants to just watch people battle? Let's see here. Let's see if anybody wants to come up on the panel. Let's see. Anybody want to come talk and hang out with? What up, Starks?
How you doing, bro?
Let me fix the audio here because I got the audio turned down for the music. So let me pause the audio here. There we go. And then turn you up so we can hear you. What's up?
Hey guys, I shared out the live.
Thank you. Appreciate everyone that shares out the live, everyone that comes and engages and likes, all of our super fans, all of our subscribers, all the people that follow and engage. Thank you all very much for everything you do. So I do appreciate it. But yeah, that's another big thing is sharing out the live, right? So Starks, what's going on, brother? What are you thinking for BTC?
Hey, you know what I think, man. Don't ask me that question. That's a hot topic at the moment because some people are thinking we're going up and some people are thinking we're going down, and I'm thinking we're probably going to go down and a little sideways before we go up.
Agreed. Honestly, I think it could be pretty much just down and sideways for a while. And you know why? The price of silver being up as high as it is, that is a huge red flag for me. And you know, we get into silver, right? Because people get into gold, they get into silver because they're looking for a way to, you know, store their value when the dollar is uncertain. So, seeing silver going like it is, hit a new all-time high today, is very concerning for me.
And there's a lot of things that are concerning at the moment, especially what's going on with Powell.
With what?
You know, Powell.
Oh, yeah, Jerome Powell?
Yeah, Jerome Powell. They're going to try and chuck him under the bus. And the funny thing is, if he resigns, crypto pumps. If he doesn't resign, right, and he carries on doing what he's doing, yeah, then we're going to carry on going down. Now, the question is, are you going to do what's morally right, or are you going to do something that's going to just give you a financial gain and not morally right?
Right, exactly. And, you know, another issue with the Powell subject, you know, let's talk about that for a second. Powell is just an authoritative mouthpiece, okay? They have to vote on this stuff. So there's more than just one person deciding this. And just because they replace Powell, it'll be one of those speculative pumps that are nothing really is driving the price up as far as like, you know, good news. It's just speculation that he's gonna be gone, so rates are gonna come down. But really, everybody else on in the Fed that votes on this, they've all been saying that we're probably not going to get a rate cut for a while. Maybe one or two more at the end of the year, like before. But it's not Jerome Powell's decision.
Well, a question for you: how many rate cuts did we have last year?
Well, like 3.
Yeah, they were speculating we're only going to have 2 rate cuts, yeah? But we had 3. Now, this year, the only thing that I'm going to see is, you know, when Powell gets replaced, you're going to have someone's puppet in that seat. And when that happens, the rates are going to come down, but inflation's going to go through the roof.
Yeah, that's what's concerning too is, you know, manipulating the rates, how that, you know, that's what controls the, you know, the inflation, right? Minusculely, but it does, right? But also we have what's concerning is the job markets rate. That's
Yeah, that come out yesterday, isn't it?
Yeah, I didn't see it. Did you see what it said? I already know that it's bad, right?
Yeah, it wasn't particularly good. I mean, I didn't watch the whole thing. I got the general idea of what was going on, and I didn't watch it till the end. I thought, okay, he's talking like this. That's what's happening. Move on.
Cooper 888 says, "Why is the United States paying interest for their own money?" That's funny. You got jokes, bro.
Because it's
You got
not
jokes.
their money, it's British money.
Right, but it's all this. Really, no one owns the debt, and I'm going to break this
someone
down in
owns the
my
debt.
macroeconomics class that I teach. So I teach like technical analysis, macroeconomics, and trading strategy, right? And one of the things is the way the debt works and how it filters around like that. It's not what you think, but actually the debt is a good thing. The higher our debt goes up, the better it is for us.
And how does that work, if you don't mind me asking? Because I'm thinking the opposite.
Well, it's one
I
of
would,
those.
I would also like to beg to differ on that. I mean, I understand the flow of currency, but that doesn't make sense to me.
If we have more debt, then we can sell more of our debt. Is basically the concept.
Yeah, but if you didn't have a debt, then you could sell loans and make money.
Right, and I understand that, but we're not getting out of debt. I'll tell you that right now. That ain't happening. So the Band-Aid fix is to create more debt. That's all I'm saying. Right.
Yeah, kick the bucket down the road. So that's what's going on at the moment.
Exactly. So yeah, is it a good thing? In the big scheme of things and how everything is just crumbling. No, it's not good. But in the short term, let's put a Band-Aid on it and, pump liquidity into the market and into society. It's kind of good. It's a double-edged sword, guys.
Hold on. It's, you referred to putting a Band-Aid on it, right? But I'll give you the equivalent. That's like trying to put a Band-Aid on a black hole.
Yeah, it's like putting a Band-Aid on a bullet wound.
It's exactly, dude. It's putting a Band-Aid on something that needs stitches.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the issue with putting a Band-Aid on a bullet wound, we just continually have been putting Band-Aids on the bullet wound. Eventually, we have to rip off the Band-Aid, and there's going to be sting to that. And then on top of it, then we got to go in there and dig the bullet out, stop the bleeding, patch it up, stitch it up, and then it can start to heal. But honestly, no one's trying to do that. No one's trying to do the real fix. They want to.
That's what you're saying. That's what you're seeing right now with Venezuela. He's trying to get the resources, right, to pull his country out of crap, but he's not doing it by legal means, which is another concern. What sort of image reflection is he going to put onto other countries if he's going to go do willy-nilly what he wants and not abide by the rules?
Stash says the U.S. debt puts our grandchildren in slavery. The economy needs to crash and reset. I 100% agree with that. Everything is hyperinflated. It all has to come tumbling down. It's a house of cards that is teetering on the side of a cliff.
I would like to point out, I kind of think, we stopped printing pennies this year. I kind of think that in, 2-3 years, we're probably going to stop
they're
printing.
Starting to make them again. So that changed.
What?
Yep, they're making.
When did that happen?
That was like 2 days ago. They're starting the production of pennies again because there's such a penny shortage right now. Dude, I've been going and buying rolls of pennies. I'm actually because right now I'm pretty much sidelined from the market, and I'm holding cash. What I'm doing is instead of holding cash, I'm buying change, and then I'm going through the change. I'm looking for silver.
I promise you, for the next month, I am absolutely 100% not out of the crypto market. I want to see what happens after March, because I can draw it.
Let me.
I can draw.
I'm not out of the market. I'm stable coined up mostly, but most of my investments, like even my real estate, man, like I'm trying to get rid of my real estate because I have a feeling that the market's going to crash, and
well,
silver
that's
is the
inevitable.
indicator.
That's inevitable. The market, the real estate market is so overinflated right now that it's almost unaffordable to buy property anywhere. And I know this. I just came out of real estate from the last, fucking 6 years, right? Like I've been a real estate agent. The market right now is so it's ugly how overinflated it is.
Yeah,
Very overinflated at the moment. And the thing is, Trump's had to do this to make their figures look good.
right, and that's a problem, that he's more concerned about looking good than doing what's right for the market and for everything, right?
Well,
I mean, even gas came down a little bit, right? But
I
like
kind
he
of feel like
promised
it's
all this stuff, and like we haven't seen it. He promised us no tax on crypto. He's honestly the only promise that he made that he's really been sticking to is deportations.
well, I'm gonna be honest. When he was running, the only thing he said was no tax on crypto that's U.S. propagated, right?
Right,
So
exactly.
so what do you got there? You got Ripple and a handful of other companies, right?
But that's not even happening. That's not even coming. Like,
no, I understand.
There's nothing
that.
on the books. There's nothing being written. There's no executive order.
I bought a $23,000 vehicle this year based off of hoping that that was going to come true. Now I'm going to have to pay all that tax. I get it.
Yeah.
Like I'm not immune to the what's going on there. I'm just saying, like, that was the idea behind it, not all crypto.
Right. I get what you're saying, and thank you for clarifying that. But pretty much most everyone
say something
knows
in
what I'm
regards to what
talking about
Trump's
here.
been saying.
I'm giving a generalized idea, and like we can argue and nitpick about little facts, but one of the things that I want people to try to learn to do is let's stop arguing over little nitpick things and try to understand the spirit of what people are trying to convey. The message I'm trying to get across here is that Trump has made a lot of promises and he hasn't really followed through with any of them. Even with the tariffs, that was one of his promises that he ran on, and he kind of flip-flopped back and forth on that thing. And now we're, what is it, tomorrow we're going to find out if it's even legal for him to do that.
And that's going to cause another problem, because companies like Target and Walmart that have been paying these taxes, if it's deemed illegal, they're going to want their money back. And where's that money going to come from? Taxpayer.
Exactly. And it'll be like another bailout is what it's going to be like.
Yeah, I'd just like to say one thing. Trump was right about one thing. I have to give him kudos for this. He says, you're going to win so much, you're going to say, stop winning. I don't want no more. Well, I'm looking at what's happening with the market. I ain't won nothing, but I want it to stop.
Yeah, that's for real. For real. Like, I won, because I was smart. I saw the writing on the wall, and I got out after he got inaugurated because I listened to what he said. And when he said that he was going to be doing tariffs on everyone, that was part of his campaign. So, like, I bought the rumor and sold the news. As soon as we got the news that he is in office and inaugurated, I was like, all right, next step is tariffs. And sure enough, it happened. And it's just been a roller coaster ever since.
So if you look on my page, there's only 2 videos, right? There's one of like me doing a drone video over a fucking river, and then there's a picture. It's an ascending wedge on XRP when it before it fucking took the big dive, right? It already took a dive before that, but like before it took the big dive, and that's where I sold, and I rebought at like $2, right? Like I waited it out. And
you did the same thing as me.
I bought 163, man.
No, I'm not
163 was
joking.
my
I'm not
rebuy.
joking.
And dude,
I
I
seen
told
the
everybody
ascending wedge when it happened, bro. Like,
it was right here. It was January 28th. I sold
Yep.
and I warned everybody. I said, "Hey, we're going to crash and we're going to continue moving downward in like a bearish trend until we hit about 160 to 163." I set my price point at 163. Boom, that shit hit. And then we went all the way up to 340, right? Or excuse me, 365, right? 367. All right? And then that same prediction, I said we would hit up to about 160 I said about 375, 380. We didn't quite make it there. And then we would run down to about 130. So 130 to 160 is my buy point to DCA in on XRP. And even then, it's not really on my radar anymore. Like, why would I buy something like XRP? Like, it kind of makes no sense. If you're going to buy XRP, you might as well buy Bitcoin.
I will argue counterpoint there because like we were just talking about this a little bit ago, right? When you start talking about national debt and things like that, right? And the clearances that we're getting, that we're seeing behind the scenes, right? Where we're getting approved here, we're getting approved there, we're getting approved for oil trade, we're getting approved for whatever, right? Like, yes, that doesn't influence it quite right now, right? Like, it doesn't influence the market, but those are little gains, those are little wins. And I know that when I say that, like, I understand how crazy that sounds, right? Like when you talk about the world's largest exports of oil and being traded with XRP, that should sounds like it should be a huge win, but it's really not, because it doesn't influx. There's so many XRP, right? Like there's 100 billion of those things, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
and Ripple owns 44% of it.
I think is it that? I think is it 42?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something around that mark. I don't know the exact, but it's something around the 40%.
It was 44. I'm guessing 42 now because they've sold a bit.
I was thinking it was closer to around like the 40, 39, but even if it's not
40%,
right?
Let's
like,
just round it 40%.
Okay, let's call it 40%, right? Like Ripple owns 40%. Even if they were a scam, even if they were in it to just tank it, right? What do they really got to win at this point?
That's the problem.
Ripple's winning all the time. Hold on. Ripple's winning all the time because all they're doing is taking the liquidity every time people put money in. Exactly. We're seeing that right now. We're seeing it with Bitcoin. Look at all the cliff edges we've had and then dropped straight down, making it look like a faker and then drops every time.
And what
do we have? What do we have by the government taking possession of most of the Bitcoin? Then, let me ask you that.
The government isn't taking most possession of the Bitcoin. Who told you
that?
No,
but that's their goal, right?
No, their goal is
we're creating a crypto reserve.
Hold on. Their goal with the Bitcoin strategic reserve is, for years they've seized Bitcoin and just dumped it into the market. So now they see the potential that Bitcoin can go up. So the idea is to have an escrow where they unlock certain amounts to pay off certain debts and things like that, and to sell it more strategically.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
Don't believe that. That's what it is. It's written in black and white. You can believe, in one hand and shit in the other. Which one's going to fill up first?
Let me explain. All right. So, if they do that, right? So, they've been seizing Bitcoin. You just said that.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
For like 10 years now.
Yep.
And
they've been seizing Bitcoin.
And they dump it. Every time they get
Yep.
it, they just sell it.
Yep.
Okay.
Correct. So now all of a sudden their goal changes to accumulating it.
Well, just holding it
Correct?
to sell.
Am I wrong?
No, not accumulating. That is incorrect.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, the key word in his statement is strategic. People miss that word very often. Yes.
And so the difference is accumulation is that the Bitcoin is going to be purchased by the U.S. government. No, they're going to acquire it and they're going to sell it when it's high instead of selling it at whatever price it is and dumping the market.
Except for like 4 days ago, they put out a statement that basically says they're going to start accumulating.
No.
Yes.
Show me. Tell me where to go. I'll pull it up right now.
Give me a minute.
Prove it. Put your money where your mouth is, bud.
Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back.
All right. Anybody can just say or think or misinterpret what they read. And that's what I think Starks was saying there is like people misinterpret what is actually being said. Would you agree with me, buddy?
100%. Look, it's called a strategic reserve. Strategic means they're going to find ways to put money into there without having to put their hands in their own pocket. Right. That's what the word strategic means in this case. And people, they see the Federal Reserve, crypto reserve, and they think fantastic. Right. Now, the flip side is bonds are being sold in USDT now to pay off some of these debts and stuff.
And really, what we're seeing is the U.S. government becoming what Ripple is to XRP, holding a massive supply and dumping on it when it goes up.
Exactly.
Yeah. And unfortunately,
but you know what the concerning part is? You know, here's the concerning part that I see. That I hear everyone talking about the country's debt, right? Now, the debt is like 40K at the 40 billion at the moment, right? But you know what the public's debt is in the United States? 140 billion.
Yeah.
Right? So when you're messing with numbers like that, you got to tread very, very carefully. Because it can go wrong way very quick. Yeah. And right now, I don't see them doing anything to fix the situation. These stimulus checks, they're not going to help. They're just going to, like it says, Band-Aid on a gunshot wound, you know what I mean? Right? We're not going to see no real fixing of anything. In fact, I think I ain't trying to be biased or nothing, but from what I've seen so far, the only thing I've seen the orange man do is line his own pockets. Yeah. And the ones that are sitting around the table with him.
You know what I think? I think the ship is sinking and they're stealing the silverware.
Exactly. 100%.
Let's see here. It looks like Joe's back. All right, Joe, what do you got for me? And not to disparage you or anything, but like this is a fact-based show. So if you're gonna say anything, I need something to back it up. You know, you got to have the receipts.
No, you're good. You're good because this is some stuff that came across my Google a couple of days ago, and I started reading into it, and the more I read into it and the more I kind of searched it, the more that popped up. So I kind of want outsiders' opinions in it. I've been in fucking Bitcoin since 2011. I'm doing good in my life. But
only if you sell. Right?
Well, I take
Profits.
Bits and pieces when I want it.
You know? But you have to sell it in order to realize it.
What is it that needs to be fact checked? Tell me what it is.
Basically, what was it that
Hold up. I got the exact search for you.
Revolution is our fact checker for the show. So basically, the idea is that the United States will be accumulating Bitcoin
U.S.
to put into
Goo-
the strategic reserve.
Google, U.S. government will likely start to buy Bitcoin.
There's no proof of that. Okay, so let me just
Nope.
help you out with something, bro.
I know
Okay.
there's no proof of it.
Right. And so that's the thing is this is a fact-based show. Everything needs to be backed up with proof. Anyone
Well-
can say likely. Google.
No.
Okay, Google
I-
is an
I
AI generated
want-
response. Hold on, let me talk. All right. I don't want to have to rug you. Google is an AI generated response and it gets those responses based off of what other people post.
Correct.
What we're looking
is-
for is the factual, actual information. Okay.
I want you to Google that and skip
First
the
of all,
AI.
I don't Google. Okay.
Skip
we
the AI.
We have a professional fact checker that digs in not just to Google, every search engine, looks at the official documents. Okay. And then we'll read them to us. So we're gonna have a fact check on this, and we're gonna have the official documents from the government, because that's the only thing that matters.
I have no idea if there's official documents.
There
from the
is.
government.
See, that's the difference between Googling something or asking AI something and actually fact checking something. Is there's a paper trail for every bit of information out there. Okay, so they can't just do things.
Well,
first
all
of all,
I'm
this
going
is
to
the
say
United
is
States
it's put
government.
out.
This is
It's
not
put
China.
out. It's put out across more than one media.
It doesn't matter what the media lies to you too, bro.
The media lies every single day, but it doesn't lie from every single angle.
What? Yeah, they do. Bro, I have this bridge I'd like to sell you. You interested? Or maybe some oceanfront property in Arizona?
So, I'll tell you this, Ben.
Okay. Can I
Being a
talk?
trader-
Yeah, hold on. Give Revolution a second. So she's got the fact check
Nope,
for us here.
she's good.
The White House never came out with that statement. That is an assumption by other people that they are somehow going to buy Bitcoin to add to their reserve. Their reserve right now is basically seized assets that they have obtained from the United States and other countries for, people using
Illegal
it
activity.
illegally. The White House has never come out saying that, nor has any government branch of the White House come out to say that they are going to be obtaining Bitcoin, although this is mostly what Bitcoin holders want to hear in order to boost and manipulate the market.
Exactly. So they'll put out whatever rhetoric. Google will mess with your search results. AI will mess with the information it gives you. And people will put out articles every day, so that way AI sees a mass amount of the same response and gives that response out to people. But that doesn't make it true. Okay, what matters is the official statement from the White House, because the White House has to tell us, because it's the United States government and it's ran by and for the people. Okay, so you can speculate on anything. Okay, yeah, I can speculate that the U.S. government is going to buy all the XRP supply from Ripple and then lock it up and never sell it. I can speculate anything I want. It doesn't make it true. We're looking for facts.
Yeah, I'd just like to add something. I'm finding a lot of people are relying on AI. And the problem with AI is it doesn't tell you the truth. It tells you what you want to hear. There's a difference.
I'm not relying on AI, number one.
Yeah, I don't trust
Google
AI,
is
not
AI,
one
bro.
bit, because...
You said you use Google. Google is AI. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm not reading the top AI overview.
It doesn't
whatever.
matter. The AI chooses what to put in the top search result. You do realize that
I understand
90% of the internet is shadow banned now. The 10 years ago when you used to go to, or not even 10 years, 5 years ago, you used to go to Google and search something, you would get a list of 100 pages. Now it's reduced that down to 10 pages. So we have lost 90% of the internet. It's still there and
You're
exists,
you're
but you won't be
completely
exposed to it.
misunderstanding me.
Hey, brother, I am talking. This is my show. All right. And I want to hear what you have to say, but you have to let me finish. Okay? And I will let you finish. I will give you the same respect.
Go.
All right. So 90% of the internet search results has been erased. You cannot see it anymore. It's basically not there anymore. And the top 10 pages are what Google wants to push and wants you to see. So you can't rely on Google. You can't rely on a search engine to give you credible information about anything. Especially in what we're talking about, there is a paper trail, an official document to track everything that is done. And if you are not digging through official documents, then you're just talking out your ass. No offense. Okay?
No offense back, right? But I'm a trader. And I go off of how the market's going to react to the news that's out there.
Okay, so we buy the rumor, we sell the news as a trader, right?
Yes.
Absolutely.
So the rumor is that they're going to do that. That there's the speculation of that the U.S. government is going to accumulate Bitcoin. We've had that rumor. Now we have the news. The news has come out and given us the official document and said otherwise. So it's time to sell the news on that one.
So with that, then where do you find all the news that's came out in the last 4 days then?
What do you mean? Nothing has come out in the last 4 days.
I can show you anything. I can show you article after article.
Send it to me. But there's no official. Anyone can write an article. I can literally go and write an article right now. They offered me a job at ABC to work for Vice. I could write an article about anything. Doesn't mean that it's true. And most of these articles, they don't even issue redactions for anymore.
The problem is there's these websites and they're like, oh, this is a news article. But the reality is it's coming from some bullshit ass, whatever kind of website you want to call it. You need to find it from different sources, from the right, from the left, from the middle, and see what comes up out of all three of them. And the reason why is because you're being shown what you want to see. Your search engine, every time you research something or look at something, it adapts to your algorithm. So you will start getting news articles from non-reputable places, and you think they are because they do. They sound good, they look good, it's what you want to hear or something you might want to hear in the future. But you need to find articles on all sides. Let me finish. You need to find articles on all sides of the spectrum, not just right, not just left. Dig deep into everything. And if you don't see it, go to the government website. It shows everything you could want to see. They give you the latest alerts, the announcements, everything. That is not an announcement, nor has it been. The last thing about Bitcoin was putting it into the reserve back in March of 2025.
When it comes to the,
I believe
one second, real
Binance.
quick. This is really short and quick, and then I'll let you have the floor. When it comes to the U.S. government, the fact checking is very easy to do. You just need to see what the official government website report is, and it will be an official document, and that will give you all the information. Okay, anything else is just noise. Go ahead.
So my what I was going to say is I believe Binance about as much as I believe Yahoo Finance, right? Like they're never going to talk bad about any investment ever. I don't give a shit what it is. If it's gold, if it's silver, if it's Bitcoin, if it's XRP, if it's fucking Shiba Inu, right? Like they're never going to talk bad about it.
Right, because they're invested into it.
That's their motive for the article. Am I wrong?
Well, I mean, part of the motive is the media is bought and paid for. And that's why people come to shows like mine for decentralized media. I'm not bought and paid for. I have nothing to gain from crypto. I don't even own it. I told you earlier, I'm holding stable coins. I have nothing to gain from pumping the price of anything. I'm here to tell you the truth. And I
hold Bitcoin, but that's because I've been in since 2011.
And you have a Bitcoin bias because of it.
No, not really.
Yes, it's
I don't really
bias.
fucking believe in Bitcoin,
bro.
I don't really believe in Bitcoin. To be honest with you,
I understand that, but
I think it's a slow piece of trash.
You want it?
I think it's a slow ass piece of shit.
Okay, but listen.
I would rather have my money in Bitcoin if it was, say, XRP. However, I have my fragments of Bitcoin from when I was when Bitcoin first came out, when it was basically only Bitcoin and Litecoin. Right? Like those were the two options on the market.
I have a question for you. From 2011, till 2022, just before the bear market started, right? You must have been loving Bitcoin.
I actually didn't get my key back until last year.
Right. So you've got a motive to hate Bitcoin then.
He would have bought pizza too.
I had 2.2 Bitcoin in my wallet, and I had
don't disclose what you got, bro.
I don't even disclose what I got. And
I will. Well, I don't have 2.2 Bitcoin anymore.
I wanna go back to the bias part. Okay, Brooke had said that it's okay to have a bias, and yes, it is okay to have a bias. But when we're looking for facts and we're spreading information, we want to make sure that we are giving out factual information. You can have a bias on that information and your own opinion, but this is a fact-based show, and we want to focus on what are the actual facts. Brooke, did you want to add something?
Well, here's where I go. The actual facts, like we can talk about facts and how things are today. And so here's where I go, yeah, we can talk about the facts and the fact that the facts don't work anymore in our modern day paradigm. And the Federal Reserve is finding out that modern monetary theory does not work. And if it does, it happens in extraordinary circumstances, which they will have to purvey. Anyway, that's beyond my fight. And I'm just here to say that bias, like every single one of us is biased. Like I will say I am biased against Solana because I think Solana is the meme hub club of the world. And I hate meme coins. So I automatically hate Solana. However, the information that is presented to me in the traditional finance world and the infrastructure that's being built tells me something that confronts my bias, and that is Solana. It doesn't matter how I feel about it. It's gonna be used apparently by the big names because they say it will, along with all these other things that everyone craps on, which is really funny because it's infrastructure and it's not just one coin. Like people, you have to look at how this all interacts and like builds together or else you're not going to make it on the other side. And so it's like, I kind of sit back and laugh at things like this because I'm like, okay, for one thing, everyone thinks that they're not biased. Everyone is biased. It's just whether you accept your bias or not, and you accept it as a blind spot and you can see beyond it. And then another thing is this is a completely different paradigm shift that what we're going off of. Gold is telling us that, silver is telling us that, digital assets and the way that the traditional financial world is moving is telling you something's not right. They're changing things and they're moving on to something else. However you interpret that is up to you. You can think that I'm full of poo-poo,
But let me tell you, I'm not getting less wrong after 5 years. And so I sit back on this and I just go, it's so much fun. At this point, it's so fun. It's unfortunate, but also so fun to watch everything just happen. And like and once you relinquish control, because 5 years ago, I thought, oh my gosh, I can prevent all this if we can all kumbaya together and we can, yeah, no. Everyone, everyone educated
Let
me
that
very
happen, bro.
fast about how awful humans are. And congratulations, the consensus won, everyone.
Yeah.
So now
So
you get in the UK. People in the UK were debating me for years about digital ID and CBDCs are awesome. Congratulations, UK,
no.
you got it. Yay!
Yeah,
Seriously,
but the
for
problem is that
years. Let me t
Well, let her
bro,
finish.
the problem is, right, the UK is the central financial hub for the entire world. So if it's happening here, it's going to filter around the world very, very quickly.
I know.
So
Yeah, yeah,
so what I
yeah,
want to say
absolutely.
here,
Sorry.
I was
hold on.
completely
Let's
against.
reel it in real quick. All right. So we were talking about bias and fact-based information, right? So yes, I have a bias against Solana too. It's the meme coin collectors blockchain. That's what I believe. Obviously, it has other use cases, right? But that's what I see in my mind. But the factual information about Solana is it is an inflationary asset. Now, that doesn't mean that that can't change, but as for now, the way it stands is that's what it is, right? And that goes for the same with the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve. Okay, we have the information given to us in black and white that spells out exactly what it is. We can speculate that further on down the road, this and this and this can happen, but as of right now, this is what it is. That's the difference.
This is why I love you, because this is the difference between me and you. And I love that you just said what you said, because I had this conversation with a couple who like now on the outside, one is severely neurotypical and the other one is severely not neurotypical. And I said, you are like one person is a visionary that can see beyond what is now. The other person is not. And no offense, Crypto Goat. That is where we decipher.
Well,
Because
I see
no,
the
no, no,
vision.
here, no, there, no, you do, but you don't at the same time. You can't accept it. There's a
You
very,
say a
and
couple of
so
things.
I will say, no, hold on. I will say, after being in this space for 5 years, there's a personality type, okay? And the type A type of people, and more than likely, you fall into other certain type of stereotypical categories. But you can't see beyond your front nose. If it's not there, if it's not fact, if it's not in your face, it doesn't exist. And then there's those of us who can see beyond it, who see what's being built, who can draw between the lines. Those two people are the difference between the people who keep the normie things going. We need you. Congratulations. You are altogether correct in the world that you live in right now, in the reality that you find yourself in right now. It's people like me that tell you, guess what, guys? You're shifting. And you know what doesn't sit well with all of y'all? You can't accept that. And the fact that the things that you thought were true are no longer going to be true. The very foundational things that are true will always, hold on, they will always remain true,
Let
which
me
is
push
also
back
very
on that some more.
scary. It's also
Can
very
I,
scary. The things that are true are very basic and they will remain true. And this, depending on where your bias is, will depend on where you lie on the other side of this.
So
Okay.
this is my
can I
pushback.
can I just add a couple of things here?
Real quick, real quick. Make it quick.
Yeah. I mean, I've been following crypto for the last like 10 odd years, right? And one thing I noticed, right, 2018, 2019, they were talking about banning crypto, right? 2021, they decided that they're going to become part of it and they're going to do something to walk to utilize it. Now, me being me, I'm thinking to myself, right, they've got a 13 trillion debt. At that time, it was like 10 to 13 trillion. Right, I was thinking if they put in 2 trillion right now and they pull out at the top at 68k, right, they're gonna have half that debt paid off. They've never done that. That implies to me they've got no intention of paying off this debt.
They don't. They're going to send it, guys. Like,
And
there's
can I
one or
just get
two
to my
things.
second point? Can I just
Yeah,
get to my
no, you're
second point?
right. We drop or they freaking send this market to the stratosphere. Go for it.
Right. The second part is, yeah, you're absolutely right in regarding to Solana, because I'm on the same opinion. It's not doing anything good for the crypto community, but you could make money off it. But that doesn't make it okay. It's just like some of these pharmaceutical companies, right? They're not doing the right things, but we're still making money off them. And the other thing is, I'm over 40, right? So I remember the days of VHS. And at the time of VHS, they had another VHS cassette as well called a Betamax. Now, the Betamax was better than the VHS, but it wasn't the most popular, right? So it never got mainstream attention. And it could be the same thing in crypto. Just because Bitcoin's the best doesn't mean it's going to be the front runner. XRP could take that spot, or Ethereum could take that spot. We don't know
Here's the
yet.
thing. No. Here's the thing. There's no spot to be had. That's
It's an
my whole fight
ecosystem.
here. It's
Yeah.
it's an
Yeah.
ecosystem. And so what XRP does, what Bitcoin does, what Ethereum does, what Chainlink does, what Quant does, it will all. And so if you can think about this thing as a sifting type of mechanism, the entire marketplace is going to sift out how they're going to utilize each one of these protocols.
My point was, just because something's the best doesn't mean it's going to be the one that's going to be utilized.
No, that's true.
Look at Apple
It's
with the iPhone. It's not the best, but it's user friendly, and it used to be the most
I
secure,
love my own.
and now it's not. Now it's not as secure. So like, it's just one of those things where as time goes by, things change. But I wanted to push back on what you were saying about.
I love my iPhone.
being-
I'm just here to say it unapologetically.
I love my
I
Google
hate
Pixel,
the
man.
I hate the Esther.
As a content
I'm
creator,
telling.
it's amazing. The best phone on, the best camera on the market, right?
As a person who hates technology but talks about it a lot, who likes to stay the same, and like Apple's great.
All right, so I want to circle back to what you were saying. Is like there are those that are the visionaries that can read between the lines and see beyond, and there are those that are like stuck in the facts, right? So here's what I want to tell you is that I do see between the lines, and I do see the direction we are headed. And honestly, a lot of times we agree on most things, right? And I do have that vision, and I understand that this is going somewhere. A lot of times I say things very hyperbolically, that adoption already happened, that PayPal's the same thing. The idea is to get people to start thinking critically and to question things and to not just take everything at face value. That's the point of it. It's TV, right? But the purpose of this show is to stop, not necessarily FUD things, but to stop misinformation and to stop, the crazy nonsense that's been filtering throughout the system with crypto in particularly. I saw a void that needed to be filled. Everyone here was about speculation, and I speculate too, but I built this show to be fact-based for a reason, because that's the void that needed to be filled in this space. There was too much nonsense information or crazy pipe dreams, hopium being spread. And I was like, you know what? Let's have a show that kind of
let me
sticks to.
push back on
Hold on,
you.
hold on. Let's stick to the facts and let people decide for themselves. Because I do have my opinion, I do have my visionary, but I decided to put that aside and not spread that and try to focus on what is happening right now and what is real and tangible that we can prove, and also at the same time have an opinion and speculate a little bit. But the idea is if somebody comes on here and says that the United States government is acquiring Bitcoin and says that, I'm going to tell them no, they're not. That's the only difference. But go ahead.
No, and here's where I'll push back, and here's the visionary thing. No wealth has been created. No, the very few people have made it in life by basing their forward thinking into the now. It is always the visionaries. It's always the people who are like, no, 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 this is what it could be. Apple back in the day, there was 50 million reasons why Apple wouldn't be a thing. But guess what? It was. And guess what? It gave you plenty of signs to tell you that it was. And guess what? Multiple people here who are older than me tell me sob stories. My first finance professor gave me my first finance lesson over the fact that she sold Apple at a fraction of a penny whenever she like bought into it. And she said that was the stupidest thing because I was typical. And that always stuck with me. Be typical. Stay in the facts, everyone. Stay in the world that you're at now because it's true. It's happening. You can correlate it. You can do all the things. What I'm here to tell you is that entire paradigm is going to shift. And if you're not ready for it, it's absolutely going to freaking melt your face. Silver has melt faces. Gold has melt faces. 4 or 5 years ago, people told me I was absolutely crazy, that that was a boring market. And I said, you should be accumulating right now. And I was laughed at. Guess what, guys? And guess what? No one had invaded
that's when you should be
anyone.
accumulating it, right? When it's
Exactly.
hyped up, that's when you should
Brooke.
be. And that's the point
Brooke.
of what I'm doing here, Brooke, is that everything's a bit hyped up. Obviously, we're starting to come back down, but believe in this. And I firmly believe that this is all going to go crazy, right? At some point, and it's going to melt your faces off and everything you're saying. I do agree with that. Maybe not $10,000 for XRP, but notice what it says is XRP will not go to 10K this cycle because it's just unfathomable. It's just not going to happen, right? That doesn't mean
Now,
that it can't go to
100.
10K, right?
Right. And so it's all about use case. There's this whole supply and demand thing here. And so truly, truly, here's the thing. Here's where I want people. Here's where I go. I want to caution you because you're like, oh, facts, 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 facts. Listen, this technology has never been adopted at scale. The paradigm shift that we are undergoing has never happened at the level that the entire world is going to shift at the exact same time. And however the cards fall in that shift, I don't know. What I
Honestly, I
do
don't
know
think it
is that the
shifts like
evidence
that.
is telling you.
I don't think it shifts like
How
that.
how not?
We've
Does
seen
not the
in
recent events
history.
tell you? Okay.
We've seen in history, right? How and let's do money for example, right? Because we're talking about the shift of money. We didn't shift to
Perfect.
from gold to paper notes overnight. It was a transition over
Right.
time, and that's what I see happening.
It
Is a transition over time.
Right. But so it happens slowly, slowly, and all at once, right? Like 1971, when this other paradigm shift happened, it didn't happen overnight, but it also happened overnight. There was plenty of quote unquote coin clippage of gold before France ever came asking for their paper money in exchange for their physical gold. A very similar thing is happening on the world stage right now with silver, oddly enough.
Absolutely. The question
And
is
do you remember
why
months ago
why
we were on
though?
here and we were both going, silver. Precious
I got a
metal,
question for you,
silver.
Brooke. Why do you think silver's pumping?
It shows us exactly where we're at in this cycle. On a
No.
macro picture, yes, it does. I told people, no, hold on. I've been here for 5 years telling people in an event like I think we're coming upon, this is 5 years ago, Brooke, 5 years ago. I said, I'm a macroeconomist. I see this thing coming. Russia hadn't invaded Ukraine yet. Okay. No one had invaded anyone yet. I was on here saying before anyone could see a liquidity crisis, a dollar crisis, a yen crisis, a world war crisis. I said, I think we're on this. I think this is happening. Have I gotten more wrong or have I gotten more right? I've gotten more right. And I said, if this is happening, this is 5 years ago, people. I said, if this is happening, what should you buy? Historically, gold and silver do fabulous. If we are undergoing a shift historically, like I think we are, buy gold, buy silver. That was 5 years ago. Who else called that?
I did.
Me. I called it because, listen to me,
everyone.
it shows on the global macro picture what is happening to fiat. The entire world is on a fiat debt monetary based system. And what they are experiencing, what they don't know, is that it's collapsing on them. The world sucks. Your world sucks because of debt. Because your money is derived off of debt. That is collapsing. And so we will shift. And so what you're seeing central banks buy gold in the tunes of over 6 years. They have been buying up gold. Let me Basel upgraded gold to a tier 1 asset with no counterparty risk. It went from a 3-tier asset to a 1-tier asset. Now you tell me, where is the world heading? And you tell me where the banks are spending their money. Are they buying gold or are they buying fiat? They're buying gold. Does that not tell you where we're at?
So let me push back just a little bit on the silver. And here's the thing is, I agree with you. Okay. I think we are hitting a global financial shift, and that's why we're seeing these fluctuations in gold and silver to the upside. And I think in the past we've seen silver be very volatile. I don't think so. I don't think it's going to lose much of its value. However, on the fact-based side of things, right? So let's just look at the facts. Because of AI, they're using more silver. Okay. And then also, silver has been suppressed for a very, very long time. And so it's kind of catching up to where it should be. And also, China is
Here's
no
the question.
longer...
Why did they suppress it? Hold on. That's a very important question because silver has been suppressed since the 1960s. When you saw a multi-generation... Did you see that cup and handle? Did you see that cup and handle? The multi 45-year cup and handle? No, that silver pulled before it went to $85.
Gold has a cup and handle on the monthly right now.
Ooh, heck yeah. So go look at the ratio. Go look at the historical ratio. Go look at the historical ratio between gold and silver.
Everyone started going, what was that question you asked? See, this is why we got to reel it in, guys. We got to answer the questions. If you're gonna throw a question,
I'm 2 glasses of wine in. Just so everyone.
Hey, look,
I love you, bro.
Look,
you're awesome.
Can I just comment on this silver scenario at the moment?
Yeah, let's talk about it.
Right. The reason why silver's gone up, right, is because although a lot of countries are mining it, they don't refine it. It's all refined in China. Now, China have just come up and says they're no longer going to trade with the rest of the world in precious minerals. So that's driven the price up. If you look at the price of silver, before the 1st of January this year, China was buying it $10 higher than what the Western world was buying it for. So the price was being suppressed by the West, and now these sanctions come into place, and they're not selling it. The price of silver has skyrocketed for two reasons. One, because of this new government China law that they're coming out with about precious metals, and two, silver is one of the main ingredients for the new type of battery that's coming out.
So one thing about silver is, so the question I remember now is, why was silver suppressed? One reason is because they wanted to keep gold as the gold standard, right? Because China had so much silver, much more than we did, and China's basically been on the silver standard. We've been on the gold standard, right? Gold has a use case, right? Just like silver does. But silver's use case is actually much more than gold is. We use silver in our breakers, in our computers, in our electrical. Honestly, we use copper wire. We would use silver for copper wire if it weren't for the fact that silver was previously traded as a currency before the use case of conductivity came along, because it's actually more conductive.
It had intrinsic value before it had monetary value before it had conductivity value.
The problem
because
with
here's
silver.
the thing.
Hold on, everyone chill out. So the thing is that we decided, we were like, okay, well, we have copper and it gets the job done, just not as well, but it's cheaper because like you said, Brooke, is copper already had intrinsic value, right? Now, what's another reason why?
Disagree, bro.
It's been suppressed because it has more use case. Okay, so we're utilizing
what
it
were
more
Dorothy's
often.
shoes? Dorothy's shoes. Hold on, sorry. No. Muhammad, what were Dorothy's shoes going down the yellow brick road
Ruby
to
red
the Emerald
slippers.
City? They weren't ruby red. In the book, what were they? The book.
I don't know. I never read the book.
They were
silver.
The book,
that's right. They were
in the
silver.
book, they were silver because they represented the monetary use case of silver galloping down a
let me just
to the
explain
Emerald
myself.
City of Fiat.
Can I just explain myself why I'm saying that's not true about copper and silver? Because silver doesn't work good at high temperatures. It can only be used in low power devices, whereas copper has a better heat resistance and it can be used with higher voltage and sustain higher temperatures for longer. That's why silver's not used in mainstream circuit boards.
They use silver in breakers. Breakers are high voltage and
high
temperature.
Yeah, they're the breaking part. That's what I'm saying. They provide the resistance to go so the circuit don't
what I'm talking
overload
about is copper wire, right? We would use silver wire if it weren't for intrinsic value, is what I'm saying.
1000%. According to so this is where I get really nerdy on the atomic table. Yes, silver is a much better conductive of electricity than copper. Gold is the ultimate.
We got an expert in the house. We've got Run-Up in the house who's an expert. Yeah, I'd love to hear what he's got to say.
And let me reset.
I will say that gold doesn't.
The room real quick. Everybody smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, follow everybody in the panel over here. These are all great people. I don't know Joe very well, but he seems to know a thing or two.
I would like to add something.
Hold on. I'm resetting the room here. I'll give you a chance to talk after Run Up, okay? So I want to give a formal introduction to Run Up, go ahead, brother. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Oz. And I think um Mohammed has misspoken because I am not an expert by any measure. But I do know that silver is a better conductor of electricity than gold and copper.
Is that it? All that for that? I'm just messing with you.
Yeah,
Joe, what do you have to say, buddy? Go ahead, Joe.
I just wanted to say that, like, I kind of feel like I was a little misunderstood earlier. I may have Bitcoin, right? But like the majority of my crypto asset is not in Bitcoin. Is the majority of my money is not held in Bitcoin.
Same here.
It's not held in XRP. It's not held in any. The majority of my crypto is held in Litecoin, but that's because I bought Litecoin when Bitcoin was $100.
Right.
You know.
The majority of my
I bought
holdings is in real estate, classic cars, silver, and I mean not silver stocks, silver bars and things like that. Like I hold hard assets, right?
I get that. I'm not.
I'm just saying, like,
I'm not saying anything like that, man. I'm saying that as far as crypto goes, like to be told that I hold a bias because of Bitcoin, right?
Well, I mean,
Like
okay,
the majority of my
You do.
assets,
You do naturally.
everyone
It's
has a
the
I
bias,
don't.
Joe.
OG.
I really don't. I really don't
I
because I
hold a
think it's a
bias
shitcoin.
knowing about XRP. It's okay to admit your bias. Just admit to
No,
it and move
I
on.
literally think that Bitcoin is a junk coin, and I hope it tanks.
I
Well,
hope it
you'd be
tanks too, so I
right.
can buy more.
No,
So
I
what's
hope it
gonna happen?
tanks
Hold on,
too.
hold on. What's gonna happen to your Litecoin if Bitcoin tanks?
You know, the next coin that takes over will drive the market.
Yeah,
I don't
you do
think there's the
understand.
next
In order for the
coin.
next,
There is no next coin. Okay, we've moved past
See,
that. It's an ecosystem, and it all moves with Bitcoin. I'm calling it the simul cycle or the unicycle, but basically the whole Bitcoin, then Ethereum, then alts, then memes. I believe that's out the window. I think everything moves with Bitcoin now.
it does. It
yeah,
absolutely
Bitcoin's
does.
the S&P 500 of crypto.
Exactly.
That's the way I look at it.
Yep.
The way I see it is Bitcoin is not sustainable, and it's a junk coin. Honestly, it takes damn near an hour to make a transaction on it.
That has
So
changed with layer 2
Thank
technology.
goodness.
So that is no
Well,
longer the case. So because of layer 2s and layer 3s, Bitcoin can now operate fast. It can be cheaper, and it'll only get faster and cheaper. So that argument's off the table now.
I will firmly disagree that it will ever be a good coin.
I think it'll be a great coin for holding value because it's slow. Therefore,
That's
it's
all
not
it's
something
good
that
for.
it's something that people are going to buy and hold on to, right?
That
Digital
is the
gold is what
only
people
thing
are
it's
calling
good
it.
for.
Yeah.
I think it was the first psyops from this whole movement.
Honestly, I
I
think
think
it
that
stands for
I think they did an opposite. I think that they did an opposite buy-in. So what I think, and I will put on my tinfoil crown, everyone. I think that they said Bitcoin beta test coin is going to be the first one. How are we going to market this? We're going to market it first as it being outside of the system. All of these people, they will never come onto a system if they think that they were coerced like the typical system that we used back during the Jekyll Island years. So we have to be better. We're going to do the opposite. We're going to release this asset that lies outside of the system that they quote unquote hate. And then they're going to buy onto it. They're going to sell you on it. People are going to preach it, live it, because they truly do believe it. And then they're going to take over it, just like they always do. And then that's where I go. That's where I say, here's where I go. that's where I come in and say, I have always understood that the money system is rigged. I always understood that there's overlords. And I'm like, the history that was back then is happening today. And I see that they have chosen a select few.
Okay, so
And from there, you'll have your other like building off of this infrastructure, but they are setting the main infrastructure, and the chosen ones are the chosen ones are the chosen ones. That's not just XRP, that's Chainlink, that's Bitcoin. I think Bitcoin has a utility in here. It's just it's not how they sold you at it at first. So
absolutely.
you're gonna have to come to terms with that.
Since we all have our tinfoil hats on already, leave it on for a second. This is my little rabbit hole on Bitcoin. Okay, so we know that Satoshi Nakamoto basically means Central Intelligence Agency, right? I believe that Bitcoin is being sold and pushed for the sole purpose of when this switch flip global monetary system change happens, right? Everyone's going to speculate Bitcoin, right? And it is a nation toppler. What does the CIA do? They manipulate elections and overthrow governments and so on and so forth, right? So how can you do that? They literally did this in Rick and Morty. How do you topple a government? By changing a 1 to a 0, right? So basically, the idea is to create the financial strategic reserve for Bitcoin, right? Get other countries to basically start buying up Bitcoin because we're not going to buy it, right? We're just holding it. Maybe we do buy it or whatever, right? I believe that the CIA holds the Satoshi wallet, right? What's there like 100 billion Bitcoin that they have?
A
They're
little
gonna
over a million.
sell everybody on the idea to buy up Bitcoin, right?
Yeah, there's only 21 million.
Hold
Bitcoin.
on, hold on. Okay.
Well, there's only 21 million Bitcoin.
Hold on. All right. So the idea is there's only 21 billion Bitcoin or million Bitcoin, you say? That's in circulation. There's 100 billion Bitcoin sitting in the Satoshi Nakamoto wallet. Okay. Someone has that wallet, I believe, and I believe it's the CIA that has it. And they get all these countries to create their own private reserves where they start accumulating Bitcoin and they have all their wealth into Bitcoin, right? And they're just buying it as it goes up, and it just keeps going up, and they think it'll never go down, and then what does the CIA do? They come in and they rug it. That's what I think.
Yeah, you know, Oz and Brooke, since we've got the tin hats on and stuff, right? You know, I completely agree with you, bro. I mean, I'm looking at it at a slightly different picture, but the ballpark's the same. My picture is this. If they wanted to control your finances and everything, and they told you they're going to implement a system, you're not going to have none of it. But if they told you it was a way out of the fiat system and have your own independence, right, then everyone's going to jump for it, which then gives them the capitalization to research it, put the blockchain into effect so they can control your and watch your finances and everything you do. Right. So, yeah, I completely agree. I also think when Bitcoin gets to a certain level, it is going to turn into a meme coin at some point.
Okay. Revolution, can we get a fact check on the circulating supply of Bitcoin, the actual supply of Bitcoin, and how much Bitcoin is in the Satoshi wallet?
It's a little over a million in the Satoshi wallet.
This is a fact-based show, and there's been some speculation in the chat here. So let's get the facts on that.
Yeah, the total supply is around 21 million. The circulating supply is a little over 20 million.
Okay, and then how much is in the Satoshi
wallet? A little over a million.
Okay. My mistake. Okay. on the numbers there, but 1,000,000 Bitcoin, all right, by one person, the original person, can rug the entire thing up. Revolution says that you were right on those numbers run up. So that's all I'm saying is I don't believe that Satoshi was a guy that just out of the kindness of his heart invented Bitcoin and never sold a dime of it and either passed away or is just never going to sell it. I just don't buy it.
Yeah, you know what I found strange as, yeah, on the 2012, like around about that era, the Apple MacBook CDs had the Bitcoin white paper on them as well. I don't know how this adds up into the whole equation, yeah, but why would you have the Bitcoin white paper on an operating CD?
Joe says, why am I muted for being right? You're not muted for being right. You're muted for continually interrupting me. So I did unmute you so you can unmute yourself and you can, but you got to stop interrupting. Starks, this is your warning.
My warning.
Yeah. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, I find it quite strange how the white paper ended up on the operating CD for an Apple Mac. You know, when you install Apple Mac onto your computer, you have a copy of the white paper somewhere on the computer as well. These are things that haven't added up yet, but at some point in the near future, they will make sense. But until we know, you know, we're in this guessing game.
Yeah. I think Bitcoin is the greatest rug of all time. Go ahead, run it.
I said good night. That's all I had to say, man. Like, I appreciate you accepting me on your live stream, and I wish nothing but the best for you. But good night.
Have a good night, brother.
Yep.
See you later.
Night, Joe.
By the way, no disrespect for muting you. I can't. We're trying to have a debate. That's what this is, right? Nobody's right or wrong. Okay, it's not about whether you're right or wrong being silenced. It's about not interrupting people and giving them the floor. All right, where were we? What were we talking about?
Honest, we're in early days at the moment. You know, there's a lot of conspiracy theories and all sorts flying about, as with everything else. So, you know, until we get some more concrete evidence on what's actually going on, you know, we're just going to have to sit back and watch and see what's going on the TV show, crypto TV show, you know.
I think all of it's conspiracy. Like, XRP is a part of that. Like, they all know exactly. That's the thing. And it's shocking to me that people are over here going like, oh, they don't know, and Clarity Act. Yes, all of that, yes. At the exact same time, the ones that they have chosen, they are already chosen, and it's not one. It's not just XRP. It's a part of it. So people who are on here who are committed to misunderstanding me, that's not what I'm saying. They know exactly the rails and the trusted rails that they're going to use. It's already been decided.
Yeah.
It's just, we're just in the happening. Venezuela, the happenings there, all of Iran, all of it tells me exactly that we are in the transition. And people always talk about this flip of the switch. It's not going to they want to wait for an overnight thing. Oh my gosh, all of a sudden this happens. What I like to tell people is hold on, you're in the happening, people. This
Yeah,
is
but what's
happening.
going on?
Hold on, let her finish.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's all. No, that's really it. You are in the happening. What has been is fading away. What is to come is coming into light. There will be death and there will be birth.
Stash
Okay?
says UBI will be launched in less than 10 years. All coins will go to zero.
I say less than 5 years. I say we're going to have UBI probably at least by 2030, if not by
I can
2028.
tell you exactly when UBI is implemented. And mark my words, I don't know
Not the
when.
UK
Hold on,
guidelines.
hold on. I don't know exactly when, but this is how you'll know it's coming. Okay, is when all the robots start taking the jobs, and we're kind of there right now. It's a slow transition with that. We're seeing the driverless cars, but once you start seeing a standardized of everything is automated, UBI is the next stop, because no one will
Not
have
in the
jobs, no one will
BMW
have income
factories.
anymore.
Have you
We
not seen the
mustn't let the
BMW
normies
factory?
know. Sorry, this is another part where I go,
Yes.
everyone in my physical life is like, that's not happening. That's not real. You're crazy. And I'm
Oh,
like,
it's happening. All right,
okay,
Starks.
okay.
What'd you have to
Yeah, I mean,
say?
I think it's happening, but
Hold
I
on.
don't
Let
think
Starks.
it's any.
Let's start
Okay.
real quick. Go ahead, Starks. You have the floor.
What you're saying, it's already started. BMW have already got an automated factory in Germany where there's only about 6 people working in it, and the rest of the 1,000 people that used to work there have been replaced by robots. So, it's already happening. It's a matter of time before it filters down and people start complaining loss of earnings and stuff, and then you're going to have a whole new kettle of fish to deal with before the universal basic income comes into play. So we're going to see a lot of hardship before that happens.
All right, Run Up. You had something to say?
Yeah, I would beg to differ. I don't think that UBI is coming anytime soon. Definitely nowhere within the next decade. I think it'll take way longer than that. I also don't buy into any of these conspiracy theories. I don't think Bitcoin was a psyop. Um, I think it being created by the CIA is feasible, but unlikely. I don't think we'll see some major shift in the global financial system. And
We're
I
already
think
seeing it.
Yeah, it's already
Like, what
happening.
do you,
I mean,
like,
he's
what?
entitled to his opinion.
what are
I
we
know,
seeing?
but how? But facts matter, right? We
Like the
always talk
US
about
dollar is
facts.
still the world reserve
You
currency.
don't, no, hold on. You don't see gold move and silver do the moves that it does unless it's in historical time. And if you're a macroeconomist, which we both talk macroeconomy, we go head to head. I know you're smart on macroeconomy. I cannot fathom, and I can only assess that you don't connect all of the things together because you will concede. You will say, "Yes, but this." "Oh yeah, but that's only because of this." "Oh yeah, but then this." And when I look at it, I say, all of that but this is all intertwined together. You're looking at a house of cards. All you are waiting on is when they cannot kick the can further down the road and when they are ready to let this system implode. What do you think? Why do you think Bitcoin's white paper came out of the 2008 financial crisis needing a better form of money? And then, how can you look at what they're building and the legislative laws and not say, oh my gosh, they might have been planning this from all along? I do not see how you look at the world in front of you, especially with the price appreciation of gold and silver, XRP, digital assets, and how people said we were crazy, what, less than 2 years ago, to saying that this is vital to the future of democracy of the United States, and the United States is going to be the crypto hub of the world. And then for you to come on and say, I don't think any shift is happening. So you negate what's happening in silver and gold and this shift completely?
I mean, precious metals
Explain
have
that
been.
in the no, explain that in
It
the
just
face
it
of
just started
facts.
Let him
pumping
rebut.
this
Let him rebut. Go ahead.
just the last year. Prior to that, it was suppressed, and that's largely due to all the geopolitical uncertainty that's happening at the macro level, at the global level.
Yes.
But
Again,
prior to that,
what does
so
that trigger to you?
Are you
What
referring to
happened the
the
last
yield
it's
time?
curve?
just,
What
huh?
happened to the last time a macro picture like this set up? It was World War II. And on the back end of World War II, you got the Bretton Woods system. Like the UK fell out of prominence, and the United States rose to prominence.
Look at
What
bricks.
are you
Bricks forming
talking about?
is a strong indication of a shift. Why did they come together and they decide to go gold backed? Because the system is shifting. That for me is enough to know that there's a transition happening in itself.
Look,
But there's always something going on geopolitically. There's
let me
always
let me just
civil
say
unrest.
something,
This is not
please.
anything new.
Let me just say
We
something.
could actually
Give
argue
Starks
that
the
what
floor.
took
Hold on,
place
everybody chill.
is
Give Starks the floor real quick.
Look, here's what I'm seeing, right? Last year, the petrodollar finished, the contract finished with Saudi Arabia, right? That led the dollar not being backed by anything. So now they needed backing. All this stuff going on with Venezuela and the oil is to get some backing for the dollar. Otherwise, the dollar's going to go to crap because they've got nothing to trade it with. Because it used to be the main currency for oil deals all around the world. But that's not the case. So there's no value left in the oil side. So now they're going to find gold, silver, build up a reserve, trade oil, right, to keep your currency up. And I think we may see another incline in the dollar's value before we see another big decline. But there will be a big decline coming soon.
I got a question for everyone here in the panel. Okay. What is the real currency? What is currency really backed by? Does anyone here know?
Yeah, it depends on what currency you're looking at.
No, every country globally, what is the true currency? What does everything
Faith,
store?
hope, and trust.
No, if you're talking about countries like Saudi where they have the dinar and Qatar where they use the dinar as well as their own currency, the dinar is based on gold and silver. It's not even based on financial money. It's based on gold and silver.
Is just another store of the value of the true currency.
Yeah,
that
but what I'm
is
trying to
so
say
true.
to you,
Everything else is credit.
With the win, slave labor.
That's the real money.
Labor is the true value. Okay, our time and energy, time over energy equals value. Okay, it's the work that we put in. Okay, and we go to work, we work all day, and then we are given something of value. The true value is the time that we put into something. Okay. And we're seeing the shift happen right now. That people are realizing that I'm putting my time and energy into something with no return.
Wait, what do you
called
mean no
usury.
return?
So that's
it's
the
called
shift.
usury.
It's basically when I say no return is what we're getting in return for our time and energy is overly inflated, backed by either oil or gold, right? But those things are just placeholders. The true value will not be gold or silver. It will be oil because oil produces labor. Labor produces oil. You cannot run a country. You cannot produce energy. You cannot do anything without oil. And I do not see I know the whole pipe dream is that everything's going electric. I just don't see that sustainably. So what
not
will
sustainable.
Oil is energy.
Oil
We have
is
other
energy.
sources
So
of
what is
energy
the
as
true
well.
currency?
Electric is not
It's just
sustainable.
oil is cheap and efficient.
Right. So the true currency is energy. Right?
That's
the
true.
currency.
But that's currency. Currency is energy. Sorry. Yeah.
Right. So currency is energy, and the value comes from labor. Energy.
And that's
labor.
that's
Well, I just want to
separating
say
now.
we're
AI,
afforded more
hold on.
luxuries today than ever before.
Exactly.
We're
But
able.
also, I will hold on. I will say everyone needs to go check out a phenomenal podcast where the one of the inventors of the AI algorithms talks about how AI is the end of capitalism. it disjoints the nexus, the link to labor versus currency versus energy. And so this shifts us on a completely different paradigm that I don't think the normies are ready for, that I think that the powers that be, they know is coming. And so that's why I think that they've set up, so they will tell you everything that they have planned. Go and look at Agenda 2030 and then go
Agenda
look at where
31.
you're at in
Agenda 31.
31.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yes,
The
you're
the
correct.
WE, is it the WEF one?
Yes.
Okay. So you go, so it doesn't have to be conspiracy. Just go and look at that agenda and then go look at the world around you and see if you're getting closer to that world or the world that you knew. What world do you think you're headed towards? The one that's been normal and typical to you? Or do you think something's changing? Do you not feel run up? I
I
am
mean, things are
perplexed by you
always
because
changing.
they're always changing, but this type of these things have not happened in my lifetime, in my parents' lifetime. I'm having to educate my parents about their parents' childhood's lifetime. There's something missing. There is a gap here that is so scary to me that I see so clearly 5 freaking years ago that people go, "You're crazy." And all of a sudden, people are so shocked that we're on WW3's doorstep. And
We're
I
not
go,
nowhere
how
near
did we? Are
WW3.
you
Yes, we are.
kidding
We're
me?
in it right
Are
now.
you kidding me?
No, we're
The
not.
history. Okay, hold on. Hit the brakes, everybody. The history books. Okay, when you read them, the way it goes, it seems like it's all happening all at once, but these are years that happen in between certain things. Okay, and honestly, I think we are in a civil war in the United States and in World War III right now. When you go, 50, 100 years down the road and the history books talk about right now, they will be listing the things that happened, like the bombing, the bunker busters in Iran will be listed as one of the things that happened in World War III. During World War II, people did not believe that we were in a world war. During the Civil War, I think it was the Battle, Kentucky, something. People went out. Okay, there was the skirmish between the North and the South, and people went out to have a picnic on the hill, and there was the most horrific battle in history that happened in front of them. And even after that happened, people still didn't believe we were in a civil war. It's not until after the fact that we acknowledge that, hey, this happened.
Hey, it's the same thing in crypto, yeah? We're not in a bear market until we're at the bottom of the bear market.
Exactly, because people refuse to open their eyes and see what is happening right in front of them.
Thank you, Oz. We
Times.
see so many things so differently, but I love it when Oz and I are so opposed on so many things. And so I love it when we come together on things,
Let me
Oz.
reiterate my position. No one knows my actual position, what I actually believe. A lot of what I say is hyperbolic and designed to get you to think. My whole goal is to create critical thinkers. So I actually am more aligned to what most people or what you believe, Brooke. I just don't put it out there. You know what I mean? But honestly, I think we are more aligned and we see more eye to eye than meets the eye. It's just most people think
That's
that
a
I'm
smart thing to
against them.
do.
Yeah, because that's internet.
Was that a
We have
Transformers
70
then?
people watching right now because that's just how the internet works. There would be 2 people in the panel listening to what I have to say if I didn't say it the right way.
Yeah, I will argue that times are more peaceful now than ever before, and that
Oh
we're
my
nowhere
gosh.
near where we're
Hey,
No,
go
no, no,
tell
no, no,
that
no,
to
no.
the people of Palestine, bro.
Yeah, bro, no.
But that's been
Don't
ongoing
tell that to
for
the
a very
Uyghur
long
Muslims
time.
in China. They're
You
harvesting
cannot,
people
okay,
with
there's a
guns
familiar
thing.
with
and
Okay,
hair.
listen.
so if we're talking about the Uyghurs in China, that's been going on for a very long time as well. Like this is not anything new. Like nothing changed in the last 5 or 10 years. Like this has been ongoing.
Honestly, I think that
It's
the
a
way that the
nexus.
world is.
A lot has changed,
Like
actually.
the persecution of the
Everybody,
Uyghurs
hold on.
have been going on for over
Hold
a
on.
decade.
Hold on.
Like organ harvesting
Hold
has
on.
been going. All right.
Okay, hear me out. Okay, I think the difference is these atrocities have never stopped happening, and it has always been this way. It's just now we have access to the information, and we have decentralized media platforms like mine and yours. People don't have to go to CNN to get the news anymore, right? People have access to the information. We see the videos now. It's not just a letter somebody typed out in a newspaper and you have to read it and see one picture. You actually see what happened in transponded. The information is transferred instantaneously. So now we're actually, the veil has been lifted and we're actually seeing what's been happening all along. And that's why I believe we're in a huge major shift, because for the first time in the world, we see everything. Now, when we had TV, you know, that was a big change, but it wasn't like it is now because everything was controlled and centralized by one, you know, entity, right? Now you have people like me that get up here and can have a show and we can talk about the news, we can talk about issues. We're from all areas all over the world sitting in a panel like we're sitting in one room together having a discussion like we're at the town square. That's the difference, is we're sitting in the pub having the political financial discussion, but it's not centralized to our local area. It's global now.
Yes, I could agree with that. I agree that social media brings a lot of this into the spotlight, and I think that's largely what it is.
Hey,
Because if
Raw
we
Dog,
look
thank you
at
for
the
the
actual
galaxy.
numbers
I want to take a
and the
moment
data,
just to reset the room real quick. We just got a galaxy. Thank you guys. Don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, follow all these wonderful people in the panel here, and special thank you to everyone that sent a gift. Don't forget to send in your heart me's, and don't forget to follow the show. Go ahead, run up. 2 galaxies. Holy crap, 2 galaxies. Nice. Thank you guys.
yes, I would say that like this has been ongoing for a very long time. Like what took place in Venezuela is not much different than what happened in Iraq and to what happened with in Libya and what happened in Panama.
So, run up. After you saying what you've just said, do you agree with what's happened in them places? Do you think it was right the way them things were executed were right? Especially Iraq.
I would say no country should dare challenge US dollar supremacy.
You're
Okay, so
paid.
in
You're
that
paid.
respect, then hold
Did
on,
you
bro.
read that? Did you read that off of a script? Hold on.
I can't
It
read
was like,
any
hold
script.
on.
It's just
No one should. Sorry.
Run up. Look, my point that I'm trying to make to you, right, is the way things have escalated in terms of what's going on around the world. Normally, for example, in Iraq, the USA was sanctioned because they just come out of a war, right, and they couldn't go to war. So what did they do? They told Britain to go start the war with the 1% army, and then USA backed them up with 99%, right? You know, what would you call that? Would you say that was a good way to go about something? Was that abiding by the regulations set by the United States as part of NATO and the world legal system? It had nothing to do with them. They made allegations, gone over there with no evidence, and come back with no evidence, and still you have not been extradited. So that's telling you something. So you could go run around do whatever you like. Okay, so now let's say Saudi Arabia, yeah, they decide one day we're gonna do what we want to do. We don't care about the dollar no more, right? And you and the countries go to war. There's World War III, and then Saudi comes out on top. Are you still going to be sitting there and saying the best man won, or are you going to be saying we should have won that?
Or are you going to be saying that nothing here is happening? This always
Exactly.
happens.
No, I'm not saying nothing is happening. I'm just saying that it's not nothing new and that it's much better now than it was in the past. Like what's going on in Iran is not much different than what happened during the Arab Spring. When all these
You're not wrong. I
Let me
just
back
think
you
you're
up real
drawing the
quick,
wrong
Rona.
conclusions at your
no, because y'all are saying we're at
part
the
of
brink of World War
history.
III when like it's much more peaceful now.
I mean, if we take Greenland, right? The U.S. has basically said they're either going to make a deal or they're going to take it by force. Greenland is part of NATO. So if we leave NATO and we declare war on NATO, is that not World War III?
I mean, the U.S. is part of NATO.
Right, but if
But
we
the UK
take
are the ones that set the regulations for NATO, and now they're breaking them regulations by breaking the peace treaty that was in NATO.
Right.
So they've gone back on their own word. So what's that going to make the rest of the countries think? Well, if they can do it to them and they're part of NATO, what's to stop us from being next?
So let's
know
talk
what's
about
gonna
NATO for
happen.
a second. NATO has only existed since after World War II. It's a short-term thing that has not been around for a long time. It is supported and funded by the U.S. Okay, so the U.S. basically runs NATO. If we decide to pull out of NATO, there is no NATO, and that is highly
Thank you,
likely.
Oz.
That is highly likely to happen if we take Denmark and Canada or any of these other countries. Canada has no army. We are Canada's army, the United States. So we've literally been supporting and funding all these different countries where basically it seems like what's going on is we're saying, hey, if you can't take care of yourself and fund yourself, we're going to add a star.
Yeah, so I think this is just all rhetoric by Trump. Because we capture Maduro and we might install like a puppet regime. But what's going on is we're not colonizing Venezuela. Just
You
like
don't
we're
need
not
to
going to
colonize it.
colonize. We're not going to colonize.
We're not.
Or
Yeah, hold on,
Canada.
hold on, hold on, hold on.
We're
Did you
not.
hold on? Whoa. Did you not see the Department of Defense and JP Morgan Chase take over the like precious metal smelting market? Like, what do you mean
Yeah,
we're
but the
not
problem
taking
was
over?
Venezuela had shipped all their gold. Did you know before a certain person was kidnapped in his bed, they had moved all the precious minerals from Venezuela to another country through Russia's submarines. You're not
Oh,
going to hear about that.
1,000%. 1,000%. But you also know that if we take over, so I was in Ecuador, 2023, and I was going down the Amazon River, and China and the drug cartels of Ecuador are in cahoots with each other and have been mining gold there for over a decade in cahoots of this. Like, and if you have read, you need to read The Art of War that originates from the Japan from China.
So the Art of War
This
is
is
actually
their
one
long
of the
game.
books that I have in the knowledge
Yes.
section of my Discord. So like we have audiobooks in there for you to read to educate yourself. There's a whole knowledge section. So join the Discord, guys, and educate yourselves. But yes, the Art of War. Go on. Sorry.
No. So, no, it's true. So if you've read The Art of War, and then you overlap that and you overlay it with what China has been doing, you see that they're following that to a T and they're executing on it to scary
100%, bro.
precision.
100%.
Yeah.
But the thing is, what people don't understand, right, is they're not doing it by choice. They're being forced to do it.
Yeah, so we might exert economic and political influence on our hemisphere, but we're not colonizing these countries.
Maybe not.
No,
Hold
but you're
on.
Not
Let me say
imposing
something.
yet.
taxes on them.
Hold on,
Not
everybody.
yet.
Everybody,
Just
let me
wait.
say something. All right. I've been holding back on this one, and perfect segue into this. Okay. So listen, this is how I know we're going into World War III. Okay.
We're not.
Hold on. This is how I know, me personally. And like we all have our bias, but I'm looking at facts, okay, that point in a certain direction, and we understand the past to predict the future, right? Okay. In 2020, when inflation skyrocketed, they started tapping into the US's oil reserves. And for the last several years, we have not had enough oil to go to war. And the fact that we put Venezuela on the top of our list and took them out, okay, and changed the regime, and it was over oil because we had to replenish those oil reserves. We've taken over oil tankers from Russia. We've taken over oil tankers from Venezuela. Why is that? Because we are replenishing our oil reserves in order to go to war. That's what those reserves are for. Okay? We were literally sitting ducks where we had boats and planes and all this infrastructure that we can't power because we don't have the fuel to do it. Well, now we
have plenty fuel. We have plenty oil in the US.
You think gas prices are high now? If we would have went to war before we had oil reserves, what the price of gas would be if we had to send out our entire Air Force and Navy to go to World War III? You think the price of gas is high now? We have plenty of fuel to run our country. Hold on. We have plenty of fuel to rule our run our
We have
country.
an abundance of oil and natural gas.
Not sustainably.
Plenty to go to war.
Not if we're at war, buddy.
That's just a ridiculous
Let me
argument.
just point out a fact. Right? The period that you're talking about, right, is the same time when the Northern Pipeline was split in two, yeah? Now, what you got to understand, the USA sold their gold to make a quick profit because they know at some point they're going to be able to buy that oil a lot cheaper, right? And that's exactly what they done. They sold the oil, then they blew up the pipeline, so Europe was dependent on USA oil. They sold them oil at 3 times the price, and now they replenished it with all these things they're capturing for free.
Exactly.
That's what's going on.
No, but the thing is, we have so much oil that we export our oil.
Hold on. I want to say something really quick.
Everyone reel it in.
I just want to say something real quick.
Reel it in. Bellstar, take the floor. Welcome to the panel. Go ahead.
Thank you, guys. I want to remind you that you are all technically right. We all have very good, valid opinions. I want to remind you that when OPEC was formed, we capped off all of our oil wells in Texas and Arkansas and all over the United States and the Gulf, because we would have had to build so many more refineries and so much more infrastructure in the United States. And plus, it's a military strategic move to deplete your enemy's oil when you can get it cheaper from them than you can here at home. Exactly. So I'm going to leave you guys with that. We have plenty of oil here. We just don't have enough refineries.
No, the problem with American oil is it's dirty oil, it's heavy oil. It takes twice as much money to refine.
Yes, that's why we're getting it from other places, because they have better
oil in Venezuela is even worse.
So the fact of the matter is, and what I was saying is this is an indicator, right? We watch the charts and we use indicators to try to determine where things are going. The indicator that tells me that we are going into a hot war, or at least preparing for it, is the fact that we are replenishing our oil reserves and we are depleting our adversaries. That's the main.
We're not depleting our adversaries. Trump made it clear that he's willing to sell the Venezuelan oil to both Russia and China.
Right.
That's depleting them though, because you're usurping the deal that they originally had via Venezuela that they were using as a proxy. It's important that we took over Venezuela because
that was
Russia and Japan were
No,
using
you
it,
don't
or not
understand
Japan,
the
and
importance
China
of
were
Venezuela.
using it as a proxy. They were using Venezuela
That's
as a
true, Brooke.
proxy.
It is.
And
You're
here's the
totally
thing.
right.
Here's where I hold on. Here's where I also know, and here's where I suspect that we are about to redraw regional lines. And here's why I think we actually might be about to colonize South America, which I cannot believe I'm actually saying. Okay? Because look, why else would our NFL, the National Football League of the United States of America, two United States teams go and play an NFL football game in Brazil? So here's what I think is happening. We are exporting our culture in a way, and it always has been, but in a way that when these lines are redrawn in this shift, their culture is our culture, right? They already play
homogenizing
NFL games here.
the corporations are homogenizing the world. That's what we're seeing.
Yes.
And it's
Here's
not
the thing.
just
Here's the thing. I'm not hold on. I'm not a football fan. I don't follow the NFL. I don't follow any. And so when I walked into my living room and my husband and my son, who also plays football, which I'm like, oh, go sports. I don't know a thing about football, okay? And I look on my screen and I go, wait, this is in Brazil? Aren't those two US teams? And then the next advertisement that I see is Mr. Beast. And then the next advertisement I see is for a movie called Tron. And then I'm like, is anyone else see where this whole, like, we're all going to either we are, one or two things are about to happen. Lines are about to be drawn, and two financial systems are going to rise out of the other end of what's about to come. Or one homogenous winner will be homogenous, but one will take it all.
It'll be the
We are at that
corporation.
paradigm.
Or it could just be the NFL wants to expand their audience. Because they don't only go to Brazil, they go to other countries too, and they're a business.
Exactly. So when they start erasing those lines, it doesn't matter because culturally we've crossed over and we have shared things.
You know,
This is very so like I'm crossing multiple different disciplines, run up. This is called sociology and how to take over a hemisphere.
No, that's what you're talking about is globalism.
Well,
Let me just say something now. Yeah, you were
hold
talking.
on, Starks, real quick. Let me just say something real quick, and then you can have the floor here. Okay.
Oz, can you adjust your mic volume just a little bit? The panel seems to be a little bit louder than you.
Okay, yeah. So here's the thing, guys. Well, let me fix this real quick. There, maybe that'll fix it. Okay, so bit more. All right,
a bit more.
How's that sound? Is that better?
Not better. Not better.
Okay, so shit, what were we talking about? Golly, you guys threw me off. Damn it. We were talking about
colonialism and oil.
Right. Okay, here it is. Okay, so we can all agree that we are having a global financial shift, right? Pretty much. Run up. Can you agree with that?
Run up can't.
No.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Like,
Okay.
well, we have
Can we
to define it.
agree that there are tariffs being implemented by the United States globally.
Yeah, but this isn't anything new.
Right. But
This is
let me
just
just
to
say
address.
something. Can we agree on that? I'm trying to see what we can agree on, right? Okay. Okay. So if there are global implementations of tariffs